Everybody, what's going on? Hope you had a safe and awesome week. We are 1 week removed, 1 week removed from Free Comic Book Day. Thought we'd read some of the comics. I know it says review up there, but it's more of discussing them, talking about them. Like, y'all seen me on the EXP doing reviews. I don't really review books. But before we get started with that, want to mention real quick a little bit of housekeeping. First off, if you're friends with Rockin' Robbie Bills, make sure you wish him a very happy birthday. It's his birthday today. I know it's Robbie week, but today is his actual birthday. So happy birthday, Robbie. Hope you're having an awesome night. Um, oh, want to say big congratulations to Phable, one collection down. I saw that after his live yesterday or during the live, he cracked 500 subs. So that's very awesome. Uh, what else? What else? Oh man, there's this little thing about Rekka will be on Talking Shop on the EXP this Monday, 5 Eastern, 4 Central. I'm going to drop the pre-save link in there because I know we don't do Talking Shop as much as we did. It's kind of like appointment television now. But for folks that were super excited about this book that's coming out, the EXP is getting I think it's an exclusive Kickstarter hardcover. I want to say that's what it is. That will be on every. I want to say sales show, so I'm just going to say sales show for now. They'll be on all the sales shows that you can buy from us, like before the book actually starts coming out. Now I don't know the pricing on that just yet. Pretty sure we'll find that out Monday. But this thing seems really cool. I am a person that can build computers. In fact, I built the computer that I'm working on right now. Um, when it comes to stuff like this, no clue. No clue. Seems like a lot of fun though. I'm excited to read it, get into it. Speaking of getting into it, let's bring our folks on that are going to be on the show, and I'm just going to pop them in real quick. Here we go. How's it going, guys?
Yo, what's
Hydra.
going down? Hell, Hydra, like Andrew said. What's going down, Lorena? Garfung, glad that you're in the house, man. Man, we were talking what? Free comic book day, dude. What's going down? I hope you guys got some good ones. What apparently I didn't know there was like 50 of them out there. What?
There's a lot.
Holy crap, dude. So, man, I hope you were able to make it to your local LCS, dude, and grab some sick ass books.
Absolutely. So, like I said, I probably didn't grab what everybody read. I just put someone here that I was pretty sure some of y'all read because I didn't read everything on this list. Uh, I like the smart person I am, didn't actually start reading until today. So I crammed all that reading, but much like I do on every show, I took notes because I knew by the time I got done with that and started this, I would forget everything I just read. I read a lot of stuff, including I reread a book that I got from a Kickstarter. I got the digital for the Kickstarter. Book hasn't actually come in yet that I'm excited to talk about. We'll see if my special guest that actually wrote the book is able to pop in here. But if he's not, I'll still talk about it anyway because it's a dope book. Uh, so, just want to go ahead and see where I'm at here. Start us off. Blood type. Now, we had somebody that worked on one of these books. I'm not exactly sure if it was this one or not. On one of the shows on the Experience. I want to say it was goodness, the FOC show on Fridays. But I read this, and if you know Free Comic Book Day, you know most of the time these are kind of like ash cans because most of the time you don't get the complete story because these are to hook you. So a lot of these are going to be like anthology type things, even if when the book releases, it's not an actual anthology. So I'm not sure if this one is going to be an anthology or not, but this particular Free Comic Day version was, and it's a nice little anthology series. There's like 3 stories in it. They're all good, but if I had to rank them, like if somebody's like, "Hey, out of the 3, which ones worked for you, or not even worked for you, but which one? How would you rank them?" Well, it'd be 2, 3, 1 for me. Um, the second story, because there's a twist in it that I want to say I didn't feel like a dummy when it happened, but I was so invested in the part of the story I was reading, I didn't know who the story was about. And if you've read this, that might make sense to you. When we get to the end, I was like, "Oh, okay, all right." Um, like I said, the twist got me very good. But the third story was like a Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, Tales from the Crypt episode, right? And honestly, as much as I dug the second story, I would have read a whole book of just the third one.
Okay.
Like a one shot of the third story, I really liked it. I was like, this could have been its own thing. Now, again, the first story isn't bad. I'll spoil a little bit for you. It's vampire on a lifeboat. So that's all I'm going to give you for that.
The last voyage of the Mina or whatever it is, right?
Well, I would not quite that way, not quite like that, but it's a vampire in a lifeboat tricking people, and just the way that the vampire talks about people, you can definitely tell they're just blood banks for her. Like she like
Ooh, a her.
it's kind of
Nice.
funny. Yeah, it is a her. It's
Nice.
kind of funny how she talks about human beings. Did anybody else get a chance to read this?
Oh heck yeah, that was one of the
Yeah,
first ones I read.
go ahead,
First
Nice.
man.
story, first story,
Eddie.
my favorite story. The
Hmm.
other 2 stories disappointed me because I
Oh,
thought it was going to be a horror book, but that's the only reason why. The third one was really, it was drawn really beautifully, but it was so weird how we went from Sleeping Beauty to Snow White running around or little troll guys. It kind of reminded me of a little incident I had at the hospital, but they were still good. But the first one with the vampire, I'm interested to see where they go with that when the actual series comes out.
oh,
Because of course I'm going to, trend to the vampire.
yeah, I got you. Now, let me ask you this though,
Yeah.
without saying too much about it. Did you see the twist in the second story coming?
No.
No. Okay, so it wasn't just me that just totally glanced over what was happening.
Right.
Okay.
It wasn't.
Okay. Nope. Did you get to read this one?
You're muted or something.
Yeah.
Nope. This is Houston. Are you there? Nope.
Hmm. We have a problem.
Did you get your spook to possess Nope's computer?
Why Nope is trying to figure it out. I did not read this one, so at all. I love this.
Let's
I
go
love
with
the cover though, dude. It looks
hear me
pretty
again.
trippy. There you
There you
go.
are.
All right. Something's messed up with my microphone. Might have to figure that out later. But yeah, I did read this. And I believe
Mhm.
at the end of each of the stories, it actually even showed what series that it would possibly pop back up in. Like the
I
second
see.
story, I
Interesting.
believe that was part of Cruel Universe, because that's one of the covers too that they show, where they're battling
Oh,
with T Rex and all that. And then the last one it teased Cruel Kingdom, which was
okay.
basically like EC fantasy. That's the one that Kyle doesn't like, is the Cruel Kingdom.
Yeah, he's not a big sword and sorcery
But
person.
I believe the blood type one, that one's supposed to pop up in the Tales of or Epitaphs of the Abyss.
Okay.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, now I understand the story from where it's coming from. Hell yeah, dude. I haven't read it, but man, love the cover.
Yeah, like I said, I thought all the stories were really good. Uh, again, Ed and I have different opinions on the stories in it, and that's completely fine. That's kind of what I like. I like the fact that it's not everybody loves the same thing. So that's also the reason why I wanted more people than just me doing this, so we can get some different opinions in here. So yeah, not a bad one. I would definitely look into the other ones to read more on these. See what I got next here. Marvel Voices. Uh, so this was all right to me, and to be completely fair, I'm not really a new Marvel reader. I like reading a lot of the older stuff. Like the newest thing I read was that Spider-Man versus Predator book, which is amazing. Um, but in this one, you get a couple of stories. You get a T'Challa and Storm as an older couple that I thought was pretty good. There's a Mystique story in here where she's marrying a woman named Irene, and there's a little twist at the end of that one. I don't. Again, I haven't read enough Marvel stuff to understand where some of these stories are from. Um, and there's a Robbie Reyes ghostwriter who I happen to like Robbie Reyes as well as original Johnny Blaze because I like the muscle car. Um, but then there's a character that he kind of teams up with in that I have no idea who this character is. It looks like a writer, but it's like mixed with a spider, like a spider person that has webs and stuff like that. And like they were wearing roller skates. They had pigtails. Like I have no idea who this character was. I don't know if this was a first appearance of said character. I read it kind of quick, so I don't know if they even named the character that was in the book. But again, not exactly my cup of tea. But again, I'm not a big newer Marvel person. But it does end with a Loki, and I want to say it's Kahori. It's a character that was introduced in the What If series, I believe, on Disney Plus, and that story was kind of cool too. So, for me overall, the book was, and I'm bringing it back. # not that bad. So, did anybody else read this one? No.
My store didn't have it.
Ah, okay.
I could have picked it up, but I didn't because of the Marvel Voices. I wasn't too fond of that
Oh, I
title.
got you.
So.
I got you.
Can you hear me?
But yeah, we can hear you all right.
You're really low, but yeah, we can hear you.
Really? I think I got
You're
my other
really low
microphone
again.
working, but
Yeah, I should probably put my headphones on because, like, I don't know if, like, real quick, like, I don't have my headphones on. Like,
My
are you guys like
microphone's on, that's
hearing me? Like hearing you guys' voices through my mic?
Oh wow.
Can you hear it better this way?
There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just stick with this microphone. Yeah, I read this one, but yeah, she was the Kiori. She was from the What If series, so she's a newer
Yeah.
character. Yeah.
Did you happen to know who that one with Ghost Rider was?
I don't think so. Yeah, no, because like you said, so many of them that I read today, I don't remember which one that was the bad guy of.
Gotcha.
Should be in the stack though. But anyways,
Yeah. All right,
yeah, I
so-
like all the stories on this one. This one was pretty good.
Yeah. Like I said, there's probably stuff in there that if I had been reading newer Marvel stuff, I might have gotten a little bit better. But I mean, especially seeing you can't go wrong with Storm and T'Challa. I mean, that's
Yeah,
like
that was
the
good.
ultimate power couple.
Because that was with their grandkids.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. So that was a good one. So let's see. Next up, which one do I got here? Godzilla: The New Heroes. I did not read this one, so whoever read this one, feel free to take it away.
You want it, Nope, or you want me to start? I don't care.
No, go ahead.
This was a fun book. It's got 3 stories in it. The first story is the only one that really has Godzilla in it, and it's kind of taken from the legend, storyline of the movies, but it's taken it to like a new level, and it's got Jet Jaguar in it, which got me excited. But they kind of make him a goofball, which got me a little irritated at first. But I got over it. You got to have some comic relief. Jet Jaguar can only talk like Groot, but instead of saying "I am Groot," all he can say is lyrics to his theme song from his '90s cartoon. So he's constantly singing about dance, Jet Jaguar dance, and that's like really all he says. But just as it starts getting good, of course, the story's over and you're on to the next one. The next one doesn't have Godzilla in it. It's like a guy that has kaiju hands. I don't really understand what was going on there. And he was like fighting giant bugs. Did you get more out of that? Nope. That one was weird.
It looked like he was a mutation, like almost like it's in the distant future and there's more radiation or something maybe. And he looks like, because in the first one it talks about how he's one of the first hybrids or whatever, born of the powers, something, whatever. But that's what I took as he could transform.
Did you ever read Cryptozoic Man? That's what it reminded me of. That was the book that the comic book men wrote about a guy that was part cryptids.
Yeah.
But I forgot to mention that at the end of that first story, you're introduced to some kind of new mutant guy, Jason something. I can't remember his last name, but he's like, "I'm here to kill Godzilla." And I'm like, "Yeah, right, whatever, punk."
So overall, you enjoy this one?
I did. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot too. I've never read any Godzilla comics before, but I will be now.
The last page of the third story was one of my favorite scenes because it's got Mechagodzilla busting through the ceiling, and he looks gnarly.
Yeah, I thought that was really.
But each story just gave you enough to, a little bit to, and then you're begging for the rest. So, but they look like they're going to be good. I'm really interested in the one with Jet Jaguar, even if he is a goofball singing his theme song all the time.
Nice. Yeah, like we picked this up. This just wasn't. This was near the bottom of the stack I had, and I was like, man, I gotta hurry this up. I didn't start reading till like 3:00, so I was like, man, I need to.
It's a really quick read. It's mostly pictures.
Yeah.
I'll probably end up reading it before we give it to her because we picked this one up because our nephew is really into Godzilla right now. Godzilla, Star Wars, Aliens. He's into all that right now. So we picked this up to give to him. The next one I didn't see anywhere. I might have overlooked it, but Speed Racer.
My store didn't have that one.
Yeah, I think this is the cover for actually number 1, but yeah, they had them at our stores, and this one was actually pretty good. Naturally, just a teaser for the rest of it, but it actually had quite a bit of story in there. And starts off, narrator is one of the detectives of the city, and then just kind of follows and goes through all the characters from like the TV show. So you got the brother with the chimp or the little monkey right there, and then it also teases Racer X and all that kind of stuff. And I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but that one was really good. I enjoyed that one too. And that's another one that David Pepos. So
when this does come out, I'm gonna read it. Yeah, dude, like David's been on the tear with everything he's been doing. And outside of some of these books, if you haven't checked out The Devil That Wears My Face, I think is what it's called.
I Need Your Skin. Or no, that's something else. Never mind.
Yeah.
Jay got it right.
Dude, trust me, there's so many books about skin and faces out. They're easily
Right.
easily interchangeable. But this one was David Pepose with Alex Cormack art. Alex Cormack is an artist that I learned about from Comics Tribe, and he does a lot of work with Rich Duick. They had that weird one that we were reading for in stores this week with like the freaking caterpillars, not the millipedes. If anybody remembers watching in stores this week, the one with the weird millipedes and people turning into them and garbage.
Gross.
That was his art.
Mhm.
That was his art, and Justin Birch on the letters. So David Pepose writes something, man. I'm gonna pick it up. I have my digital of Captain Planet. I haven't read it yet, but Sean has. Sean's like, it's a lot of setup, but he goes, I think they're gonna pick it up in the second issue. So Speed Racer is definitely one that's gonna be on my list.
Can I take us on our first tangent?
Yes.
It's a quick one. It's a fast one.
Mhm.
So I was watching a comic sale show last night that I watch every week. Flames of Phoenix on CBSN.
Mhm.
Michael is just wonderful. But anyway, he showed a book. I don't even know what the series was, but by the cover, I immediately claimed it, and it was a Jenny Frizen cover. And you were talking about faces and skin. This was a woman with her mouth open, and spiders were crawling out of her nose and into
Yeah,
her
I
mouth.
seen that.
And I'm
I
like,
seen that
oh
cover.
hell yes! I ordered that immediately, and that may be a Christmas present for my wife because she don't like spiders.
Me neither. Do you
Yeah,
remember
no.
what it was?
Yeah,
you don't
that
remember
is
what
a
it
great
was called?
cover. I did see that cover. I'm like, right when I saw it, I'm like, that's a Frizen cover. Because like
I claimed it.
it's
Yep.
yeah, it's a close up one, and like you don't. But man, when you know who cover artist is, you know a man like that's a Frizen, and like, yep, it was a Frizen.
Yep,
Dude.
that's the prison cover I didn't want.
Yeah, it was funny because they offered it to Nope, and he's like, "Pass on the spiders." I'm like, then I'll take it.
He's like, no,
Same, bro.
Mr.
Same.
Nope said nope on that. That's
Do you
funny.
remember what the frickin' comic even was?
Hello, darkness.
Hello,
Oh,
Darkness.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
If I like it, I might have to go back and grab the other ones because I think this was like number 6 or something. I don't know.
8, I believe.
Oh, was it 8?
Yeah, 8 or 9.
I thought they were on 10, but
Maybe even higher.
yeah,
Is it higher than that?
I don't know.
I think they're on 10 right now. Which is
it
well,
10?
I don't know. It could have been an older one, but I know that obviously, yeah, they're on 10. Hello Darkness, which is crazy freaking covers, man. Amazing artists on that one. Like for when I did my last show on Wednesday, like there was so many freaking Hello Darkness covers that were they just blew my mind. Especially like Eddie, man, like freaking horror covers. They're stunning as hell, man. Scary, great. So yeah.
Yeah, and if you're not reading that one, Eddie, you'll really like that one. It's an anthology series, so you can jump in anywhere.
Oh, the spider one?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, I'll probably go back and pick them up then. Or at least
Is
I
that
did.
the one where it's the first issue has the kids and their parents? I'm trying to remember. I read something recently where it was like the first story was kids are off in their parents, and then it goes into
Maybe.
something else.
Yeah, I
And-
jumped in later on that one because I think I can't remember how I found out, but it was a Cullen Bunn story, and I jumped in there, and I was like, "Oh, okay." So ever since, I've been grabbing it off the shelf because they're all good stories.
How did I miss a Cullen Bunn?
Yeah,
Now you got me really curious. Nope.
Good.
yeah. There was that Diablo one, that Diablo book. That's going to be a Cullen Bunn.
Is the whole thing going to be black and white like this one?
I'm not sure. I hope not. Hopefully, it was just a budget thing for Free Comic Book Day, maybe.
We'll see.
Because it looks like they want to do more with
Not that
it.
there's anything wrong with
Yeah.
black and white comics. I used to love
Right.
them. It just sucks that I can't read them.
Yeah.
And did you take a
Okay.
look to see if you can make out anything on that one? Because it did have a lot of darker tones to it.
I hate to
Okay.
keep saying your name, but nope.
That's that's not
I'm
the
gonna have
book.
to
I'm-
start saying negative so I don't get your name mixed up. Negative.
Yeah, that's not the one I'm thinking of. The one that I'm thinking of, I can't remember the name, but Hello Darkness #1 has like a story of something is killing the children in it.
Oh,
The first time I read it, I was like, "There's something killing the children in here."
yeah. You know what? I think the one issue that I grabbed and read all the way through, it did have something's killing the children story on it. So
I didn't scroll. I scrolled down too fast. Yeah, the one. Yeah, it is the same book. The one with the kids in the is the very first story. Okay. Yeah, I remember digging that one. I got the digital. I had to go back and check. Anyway, good horror books. Good suggestions, y'all. And Ed, I think you are going to dig that series, man.
Cool.
So funny. We start talking about horror books with Speed Racer on the screen.
well,
Hey.
in the book, they did actually have some. All these cars are like battle ready because that's what happens in the city. Is there's just street racing, but it's kind of like Twisted Metal-ish to where like
Nice.
there's you'll have to read it to see it, but there's a lot of
That's
stuff.
kind of how the cartoon was, though, if I remember
Was it?
correctly. I think. I thought I remembered him shooting stuff out of that white car, but maybe I could be thinking of something else.
Yeah, he's got some buzzsaws on there.
Yep.
Something.
Okay, I think that is the one then.
So before we hop off this one, did anybody ever watch the movie?
Negative.
With Emil Hirsch.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I've never sat down and watched it all the way through.
Yeah, it's a trip. It is a trip of a movie. Wait till this hits public domain. It'll be like Popeye and Mickey Mouse. We got 2 different Mickey Mouse horror movies and 4 different Popeye horror movies.
Yeah.
I went and I looked them up just to see. Holy hell.
I will be watching all of them, I can guarantee you. I love the Pooh movies, though. Those are great.
Ready.
Blood and Honey.
Hey, ready for the Pooniverse, man. That's
I'm
a
all in.
weird that's a weird thing to call it too, by the way. You got to be real careful saying the name of that universe. All right. Next one. Okay, so I see that it says Trick or Read on the cover, but I actually got this for my free comic book day. This is a Trick or Read from 2023, but it was part of the free comic book day books that they were giving out. And
Did it become a series?
Yeah. The first time I read this, at least the first story, because again, this is another one that's got 3 or 4 different stories in it. The first one was like these firefighters. They were only firefighters because they were like, I don't know if it was like a women's prison or something like that, but it was a weird concept. But the basis of the book was like they were going to steal art from a rich person. Like, I don't remember it 100%, even after reading this, because it kind of stops before it gets to that point. But other than that, I don't have a ton to say about this one. It's one of those. It gets right to the good part, like most of the other books in here, and then it's just okay. We're done. Again, that's not me saying that it's bad at all. It's doing its job. It does exactly what it needs to do because it gives you, like, for some folks, they're teases that are going to make some folks be like, you know what, I need to read the rest of this, so I'm going to go find this. And since this came out in 2023, this one should be one of the easier ones to pick out. And for me,
I don't recall that title. It turned into a real running title.
Yeah, it was.
I have to look that up.
Yeah, I think it's one of the books that we read for in-stores this week as well. Because that's why I can barely remember the entirety of the story. I just know that in what we read, they show you the firefighters are dead, but they're not really. So it was kind of a
zombie firefighters. If you're saying zombie firefighters, I'm all in.
No,
that sounds amazing.
I'd remember that. I would remember that, but like
you just
the other
inspired me, Jay. Yeah, I'm gonna write that comic where they turn the water on and their arm falls off. That just sounds amazing.
Oh.
Takes his helmet off. The head comes with it.
Just the top half. Just the top half.
Whatever's left up there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But this is one that I would tell you, if you're a fan of Scott Snyder's writing, you're probably going to like it. So look up the Dark Spaces. It's Scott Snyder's Dark Spaces, or Scott Snyder Presents Dark Spaces. There's different stories underneath that banner.
Is he part of the Snyderverse?
Well, the one that most people like.
Oh, okay.
And I
I
can
had
say
to.
that because
Hey,
I
I'm
was a
sorry.
fan. No, you're good.
I had to. I just had to.
So did anybody else? Well, no. Ed said Ed, you said they didn't have it. Yours.
Oh.
Okay. Nope, they didn't have. Okay.
They probably
yeah.
just had some left over from whenever they released it and threw it out
That's
there.
that's more than likely what I think too. But I was like, dude, free comic is a free comic, you know.
Yeah.
So
Does it have a scan in it to get a digital copy? Hint, hint.
I'll have to check them again. I'll have to check them again because it was basically like I even missed the part like Nope was saying about the first book that it tells you at the bottom of the page what book it's going to be in.
Oh yeah.
So
Well,
I
on
was
the
like,
bottom page, it was like an ad in the next page, so it could be easily missed if you're just kind of okay. That's an ad. Flipping to the next story, you know.
that's more than likely what I did too.
Right.
Let's see. Next one is Ultimate Universe, Amazing Spider-Man. So outside of Miles Morales, I have not really read a whole lot of Ultimate Universe stuff. So this book though, man, it drops you like right into the action. So this one, it starts with a Peter Parker Spider-Man story where he stops an assassination attempt. Then it has a Miles story in the middle. And I've always dug Miles' suit. Like the way Miles looks in this book, top notch. His villains, I like how they're designed too. And this isn't really a spoiler because if you look in the top from my side, it's the top right-hand corner. That's the Maker. And Maker like says he wants to go home and he asks Miles if he wants to go with him. And for me, I was like, I didn't know. I thought they were already in their own, but like I said, I don't read a whole lot of it, so I have no idea what's happening. All I know is that the Maker is a variant of Reed that made the Ultimate Universe or something like that.
You want a good laugh?
When
I was in the store getting my free comics, I grabbed that one and just quickly glanced at it, and I was so excited because I thought it was Spider-Man versus RoboCop until I got home and looked. I was like, "That's not RoboCop."
That is not RoboCop.
Yeah, well,
So-
that was one that I did pick up, but I haven't received it yet. So
Okay.
yeah, but this is one I only had picked up a couple of them, but yeah, this was one because it was the Ultimate Spider-Man. So number one, I don't know if it was like, is it not a reprint? It's a whole new story.
They look like news stories because after we see Miles Morales Spider-Man like going through everyday trouble at school and then stopping some bad guys, we go back to another Peter Parker Spider-Man one, and the next page has the all new Venom in it. So it has the black and gold. We all know who it is by now. It has that Venom in it. Are you being facetious, Ed?
I'm totally being facetious.
Okay. And it also shows Eddie Brock as Carnage. Now, I didn't know anything about Eddie Brock being Carnage until we had Sam Humphries on the FOC show Friday because he's writing the new Avengers book. So on his cover, it shows you the new Avengers, and it's Eddie Brock Carnage, it's Hulk, it's Black Widow, Clea. I was like, cool. So he went from being Venom and then Anti-Venom to Carnage. So I was like, okay. This was pretty good, and I hear good things about the newer Ultimate Universe stuff, like Ultimate Wolverine and that Ultimate Spider-Man and everything. So I might wait for some trays and jump into this universe because I usually like that's the kind of collector I am. I might get an issue of something. I might get a cover like the absolute stuff. I am getting personally. I'm getting the A's and the 4 logos, and then I'm waiting until it gets traded, and then I'm just going to buy the trade because I just want to read it all at one time. Did anybody else read this one?
Mm-mm.
No.
I back shelved it because I'm currently reading Spider-Man Predator and Spider-Man Godzilla, and I'm going to get confused if I throw a third one in. So,
Gotcha.
and I'm telling you right now, I know this is not part of the show, but those books are awesome. Oh my gosh.
Oh, dude. Like
I
I
heard they're
said,
great.
that's the best Marvel book I've read in a long time. But again, I'm not reading Ultimate Wolverine or any of those books. This one Jenna picked up at the one of the stores we went to for Free Comic Book Day. She bought that. She saw that. She said I had to buy it. And she was reading it. She got to the second page, and she looks me dead in the face, and she's like, "You got to read this after I'm done." I was like, "All right, all right."
Which one?
Of Predator versus Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
She got to the second page, and she was like, "You got to read this when I'm done." I was like, "All right."
Godzilla's awesome too. You
Yeah,
will laugh your butt off.
That's another one. See, I'm the Spider-Man fan that likes the jokey Spider-Man. Like some of the stories that I've read with him in the newer stuff, he doesn't. I don't know. He just feels too serious, and I know he's got the Parker luck, but I don't know. It just feels like they beat him down a little too much.
Well,
And
just to entice you, Godzilla gets the symbiote.
see,
That's
Vinzilla.
that's
I've been
great.
calling that since I saw it.
That's great.
Vinzilla. But yeah, I thought this was a good read. Again, a lot of these are not like you don't go to Free Comic Book Day most of the time looking to get a whole story. These are just teases for the stuff that's coming out, and some of them aren't going to be released in the regular stuff. So it's just kind of cool thing, and it got me a little excited, got me interested in reading the Ultimate stuff. So next up, we got. I did not read this one, so
Yeah, this
Mine
one
sure
was
didn't
good.
have it.
Yeah, this if you ever watch the show, this is almost a shot for shot of the first episode. So I'm really hoping that they keep coming out with it, but I actually can't find anything as far as future. Well, at least on League of Comic Geeks, can't find where it's actually gonna. Even what publishing company is. Yeah, but I mean, it's good. It was great. If I think Eddie will like this if they actually do create a series because it might remind you of Voltron because it's
Okay.
very similar to it to where it's big. That's basically a vehicle, the big
Yeah,
robot in the back.
The cover there kind of reminds me of Robotech, and I loved Robotech when I was a kid.
Okay, did they basically go inside the robots?
In Robotech, it was like fighter jets that would turn into robots, and you'd either be in it as a jet or you'd be in it as a robot. But yeah, same kind of thing.
Then yes, you'd love this. It's just like Robotech.
I have to ask because I'm me and I'm just this way. When you read it, did you read it Gundam style? Whoop whoop whoop.
No.
Every time I see that, all I can think of is that dude. Whoop whoop Gundam style.
Womp, 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 womp.
Thank you. I'll be here all evening.
So, is the art on the interior anything like the cover?
Yeah, basically just the same. So it doesn't get too wild or crazy. It basically sticks just to the same animation, but I feel like it's going to give more depth to the show because the show naturally, I'm sure you lose a lot of that stuff in the dubbed versions of stuff, but this feels like it's going to have a whole lot more dialogue and story to it, or at least
I'm usually someone who when we watch animes and stuff like that, Jenna has to wear her glasses because she's like, I can't. She goes, you can watch the dub stuff, it's fine, but watching it with subs will give you a better feel for how what they're actually talking about and stuff like that. So I've watched plenty of stuff where I'm like, I get distracted too easily. So I when I'm alone, I watch dubbed. But when I'm with her, I'll watch the sub stuff. And this is something that Sean was a big fan of, the show. And I watch things like Initial D and things like that. Like, I'm a big anime fan. So this one I would, I'm not normally just a cover buyer, but I think if I walked by this in a shop and saw that cover, I'd have to pick it up. Like, that art is just very eye-catching.
Yeah, because I've seen, quite a few, or at least while looking for a Gundam comic, there isn't any Gundam comics. There's Gundam manga,
Mm-hmm.
but
Oh, I didn't realize that. So this is the first Gundam comic?
it could be. It's the first that I've found, at least.
Well, just so you guys know, I don't know if you paid attention to that, but I accidentally stumbled across some of my books where they have those barcode things that you can download the digital copies. So if there's books that you didn't get that I have, I will gladly share my digital with you since it was a free book anyway. I don't feel bad about it.
Nice.
Right? It was free anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And here's another thing that I'll say about that. It's a free book. The people doing the book probably aren't making too much off of it. And that's a good way to, hey, here's a free book. You can either give it to somebody when you're done with it if you don't want to keep it, or if it has something like a digital code, what's the harm in sharing it? It's a free comic book day book that might get somebody interested enough to where they want to go to their LCS or wherever they get their comics from, and they're like, dude, I got to pull this series.
Yeah, it's like free advertising for them. That's why I look at it.
Yeah,
Yep.
all promotion.
Exactly what it is.
It's already been written off anyways, so.
Exactly.
So yeah, if you need, you guys out there are Facebook friends with me, just let me know, and if they have one that you can download, I'll share my digital with you so you can read it if you didn't get a copy.
100%. That is a fantastic idea.
Hmm.
Let's see. Next up, I got I Hate Fairyland.
Yep.
Okay.
I was going to read that until you told nope, but you told nope because I'm not current either, so I didn't read it.
Okay. So I'm not going to spoil anything for you, but I'm going to tell you what the book basically is. You already know I love this. I love this so much. I'm a big Scotty Young fan. Not only his art, it's not all the same chibi style. He does do different styles. I know he's most known for the chibi style, but he's also a fantastic writer. And I Hate Fairyland is my favorite thing he does. I've told him that before. I said, dude, I hope I Hate Fairyland never, I hope you never stop doing it. And he's like, well, as long as I got stories or I got friends that want to write stories about it, it's going to keep going. Nice. So what's super fun about this book, it is a clip show, but for comics. It's like
a what show?
A clip show. Like a second season of a show.
Okay. Yep.
Episode,
Gotcha.
They'll do a whole episode where it's just clips. Well, this is basically what this is. It's Gertz writing a journal to help her mental health, as Larry, her fly buddy, tells her. And it's basically her telling the events of what happened in the first 4 volumes of the story. So they show pictures at random points in the story, and she basically talks about it. So this is it's an awesome way to hook people who might have been like, never heard of I Hate Fairyland. I'm going to grab this. It's not really spoilery, because by the time you get to I Hate Fairyland and you get through the first volume, you're not going to remember most of the pictures you saw in this book. But I just want to make sure that unless, I got a crap memory, some people might have a better memory. I didn't want y'all to see something in the book and then it spoil it for you when you get later on. But I think if somebody had never even thought about picking this up and saw this, then going back and read them, I think they'd be fine.
You said it just goes through the first 4 volumes?
Yeah, it's 4. Yeah, the first 4 volumes. and it's just randomly picked pictures. So
I
you
got
don't even know what point in the story it's coming from.
I got you. So that's not even through the first half of the second volume.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about. I should have read it.
Well,
Oh well.
again, I just didn't want to be like, oh, sure, it's gonna be fine, and you're like, dude, what the hell? Now I know this happens at this point because there's things that happen. But again, it's a read at your own risk. But for those that like can't remember anything, I think Ed could have done this.
Was that a backhanded compliment?
Bro,
For those of you that
one,
can't remember jack crap, Ed could have done this.
hey, from one crappy memory to another,
Yeah.
that's a compliment to me. But this is a thing that I'm just like, I Hate Fairyland is always going to be my favorite thing. You know, there's this, he has like the Untold Tales of I Hate Fairyland. That's him and different writers doing the stories for Gert. So again, this is one of my favorite things that I picked up for Free Comic Book Day. So if there's anybody out there who's never tried I Hate Fairyland, it's the violence is there. It's kind of cartoony, but there's their own language in Fairyland. So there's not a whole lot of swearing, but there is at the same time, but it's more like mother muffin fluffing and stuff like
Which
that.
is hilarious when you think of the alternative name.
Yes,
Like
because
two
the alternative name, is F Fairyland.
Fudge Fairyland.
Yeah.
And that's of course the one that I bought.
Oh yeah, we got some of those covers too. So, but yeah, this is a great read. Super fun. You want something a little more violent and wordy, then you need to check out. And it's probably been done for a long time. But check out Pretty Violent. It's also from Image. It's about a girl who is her family members are all super villains, but she's trying to be a hero, but she sucks at it. It's really good. It's kind of in the same vein, but definitely not as cartoony. Definitely with the language, but
I
language
think
stuff.
12 issues.
Yeah.
It's on 12 issues total.
Yeah. But I Hate Fairyland. I was so excited. I think this is the first one Jenna grabbed when we got there. Because she loved it too.
It's the first one I was looking for too.
Yeah.
It wasn't the first one I was looking for. I think y'all know the first one I was looking for.
Oh yeah, the monster.
Let's see. Which one was that?
It could be that one. Yes. Excellent book. Love that book. This is a standalone story that mentions some of the characters in the series, but you can easily read that book without having to have read the regular series, which is number 4 just was released last week. So it's a great book. The art in it is fantastic. This one is a one-shot story, I think,
Phable.
unless they bring this guy in. But it's about a clown that has a red balloon that likes to eat children. Now, does that sound familiar? Yeah.
No.
Little Pennywise.
Bill Skarsgård.
He's not Pennywise. His name is actually Funny Bone. That's why I put
Nice.
Funny Bone in my title. But yeah, it's a great read. The art is phenomenal. If you like Universal Monsters, you will love this. Give it a try if you haven't read any of them, and if you like it, there's 3rd, 4th, 5th prints coming out of these things that are going to be affordable, but grab them quick because they sell fast and the prices go up quickly. Hey, Phable.
I was talking about you earlier before I started the show, Phable. Congratulations, man. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
congratulations. I saw it at like 5:01 last night. I believe I saw it. I was up on your stream. Hell yeah, dude. Rocking it out on YouTube, man. We love this community. Everybody here in this community is amazing, and Phable is definitely part of the community. So,
Oh yeah. I can tell you my favorite thing about this cover. I love the old school VHS.
yes.
Mhm.
Like I love that. The stickers, my goodness, that's just like
The
making me
tear.
feel old. Yes, Eddie, I can feel old too. I'm
Huh.
allowed to.
No, you're not, because I'm older than you. So if you're old, then I'm dead.
Barely a teenager.
Just so you know, don't get, if you do read this one, none of these guys are in this one. This is a one shot about a clown. So don't get mad that none of these guys are in it, but these guys are in the series.
Okay. Like I said, I haven't read any of this yet. I want to.
You want a quick synopsis?
Yes.
All right. So there's this guy called the Slayer who goes around slaying monsters, and he did it way back when, and then he retired. But they do a flashback, and it shows you how they killed Dracula with him and Van Helsing. They killed Dracula. They buried him. He was the ultimate evil. And there's this ring, which I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it's kind of like Lord of the Rings. And the ring holds all of the power of evil. And that's your quick flashback. Flash forward, a rumor goes around that a vampire is coming back, and that would be Drac. That someone has dug him up, resurrected him, and he's trying to find the ring. So the Slayer comes out of retirement to try to hunt him down and kill him again. Because if Dracula gets the ring, then the world's going to end, because he can have all powers of darkness and evil. And in each episode, you're introduced to another one of the Universal monsters, but they have different names for obvious reasons. Although he got away with calling Dracula Dracula, which cool, but the rest of them all have funky names. But it's really good. If you like Universal monsters, if you like monster stories, I can't recommend this enough. The art inside is fantastic. The flashbacks suck because when they do a flashback, it's black and white.
Oh,
But I can get it read to me, and I can make out the words. I just can't really see the art that well. With a magnifying glass, because yes, I will take the time to do that if I really want to see it. I did, and they look awesome. But I just wish it was in color. But that's showing you that that's back in like the 1800s. So whenever they
yeah.
do a flashback, it's in black and white. And what hooked me right at the beginning, a little boy, what's he watching on TV? Night of the Living Dead. And it says, they're coming to get you, Barbara. I'm like, okay, I'm hooked. Let's see where this
Nice.
goes. Great. He pays great respect to all things horror related. Jekyll and Hyde are part of it. Van Helsing's part of it. All the Universal monsters are part of it. There's also, what was it? Dr. Moreau is mentioned in it. So it like ties all of the monsters.
Wow.
This is
Wow.
a great series. I can't recommend it high enough. And the art is fantastic when it's in color.
And like I
Now,
said earlier, like I haven't read any of this, but like I was able to pick up what 2, 3, and 4, and then this one right here that's up on screen. Can't get one because it's like out of my league of price right now, but so I cannot wait to read it. Like they're getting shipped to me right now. So yeah, man, I'm so like bummed out that I was like late to picking these up on like
I would not
pre-orders or anything
recommend
like that.
reading. I wouldn't recommend reading 2, 3, and 4 without one.
Yeah,
So if you
well,
can find it digital, if you go to keenspot.com,
okay,
you can buy a digital copy if you're into digital, and they're like $6. So
definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna have to
when I
look
find a
at that.
series like this that I love the covers, I try to read the digital and leave the covers alone. So I've bought the digitals and what's available, but I know number one's out there, and it's only like $6. So if you just want to buy it and read it, there you go.
Will do.
And they
If
also
you
have
want
the,
a cover, you're going to pay for it. But I think there's a 4th printing coming out soon,
I think so.
so that'll only be $6 too when it comes out. And who knows, it might have a cool cover, because some of the I know the 2nd printing skyrocketed some of the covers because they were gorgeous. And yes, I bought them, and I shouldn't have. But yeah, I can't recommend this one enough. I'll shut up now.
what were we gonna say? Nope.
Oh no, I was just saying about the later printings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all I kept saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if I'm talking over you, bud, I'm sorry, but I can hardly hear you sometimes. So throw something at the screen or flip me off in chat and let me know that you're trying to talk. Because you knew I was going to babble about this one. I've been waiting for this one. I had this on my list in November.
So and like what Garfong says here, is there going to be? You think there'll be a trade for this? Since it's
I'm sure there will. There's going to be 8 issues in the first series.
okay.
And I'm sure there's going to be more because Mark Spears has said as long as people are buying them, he's going to keep writing them, and they sell like crazy.
Yeah, they do.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure there will be, but he'll probably wait until after the 8th issue, and issue 4 just came out last week, so you got a few months to wait.
First time I heard about him was Robbie. Robbie was doing a live, and he did these card packs that Mark was doing. They're like, I think the cards were actually called Mark Spears Monsters, and he was showing off. And I was like, hey, that looks pretty cool. The fact that this guy has blown up so big, so fast, like that's got to be amazing. Robbie said he's known Mark for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And here in this last year, he's just been on fire. He's doing main covers for books now for Dynamite. Like, super awesome. Good to hear. All right, now this one I don't have, but I'm not sure if anybody read it.
I got it. I read it. It was okay.
Okay.
It was okay. You know, like that one quick commercial you have about Kyle. If you like it, you like it. That's cool. It wasn't anything super fantastic for me. Did you read it? Nope.
No, I have it, but I didn't actually get a chance to read that one.
It's okay. I have it here in front of me so I can remember. That's how much of an impact it made on me. But the Berserker one was okay, but I'm not really into Berserker. And then it goes to one that no, it's not. That's a different book. It goes into trying to remember these.
One looks like irredeemable.
Yeah. But the last one was really weird. It's called Mouse Guard. I don't know if you can see the art or not, but it kind of reminds me of like a Tolkien-esque type, but it's with mice.
Yeah.
And that was a cool read. I'll give it that one. That one was cool. I really like that one. So that's one I'm going to keep an eye out for. And it's called Mouse Guard, The Tale of King, Knight, Fool, and Villain.
I believe I have a digital copy of the first Mouse Guard because Mouse Guard is an older series.
Oh, okay.
So this is like a new part of that series.
Cool.
I wonder
now I got something to go look up.
Yeah, because there's another one out right now too, like a current series, and it has a weird format too. It's like a rectangle.
Yeah.
So it's only like 4 or 5 inches tall, but then it's like the width of a comic book or a little bit wider.
Yeah, I have a book. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
I wouldn't recommend it to anyone, but if it's free and you can find it, that Mouse Guard's worth grabbing it. The rest of them are just kind of okay.
Like I got this weird size book right here, Stuff of Legend. It's like not as tall as a comic, but you can see it's kind of
right.
Kind of
wide. Looks like an album.
This is anybody's interested. This is Stuff of Legend, the omnibus. It's about this kid's toys come to life and guard him while he's sleeping. It's actually pretty good. It's a weird. I don't want to say
like a Twisted Toy Stories.
Kind of. It's not exactly black and white, but it's hard to describe the color.
I don't see anything but white circles.
That's not wrong.
Yeah, it's like a tannish. It's like a tannish color.
Well, thankfully, in this one, it's not that bad because I can make it out. So.
There we go. All right. But so I see from the cover, it's Mouse Guard, Looks like Hello Darkness, Berserker, Irredeemable. I have 2 volumes of that. There's Irredeemable, which is about the Plutonian, which is a superhero that turns into a supervillain. And that series also has another book called Incorruptible, where it's one of his villains becoming a superhero. So those are really good. The one I can't tell is who's in the O. The
That
first
looks
O.
like Hello Darkness.
Well, the first one.
Oh,
Well,
no pun intended.
it says it covers Berserker, Irredeemable, Layla Star, and Mouse Guard, and
Okay,
Hello
then-
Darkness.
Then it must be Layla Star. I've never read that one, so
Hello Darkness, is that the one we were just talking about?
yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
Well, I'll be danged. That might be the one I liked. Cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have that one down here. But I like all those. Or it's I say all, but the Layla Star one I've never read. I'd be interested to read it.
I got a few of them. It was good. They're good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right,
Berserker
so then-
started out good, but then to me it just got old.
You know something? The first, I think we collected the first like 7 issues.
Mhm.
Okay.
Then when they did that second part of the story,
Yeah.
and I can't remember what it was called. I really liked that one. It was a different. Oh my goodness! I remember because we read it for. I got to read it for a minute to skim it. It was like a different style. It was like he was there before King Arthur became King Arthur or something. It was really gory. Like it was really good. But I can't remember the name of it. But it's like it was like Berserker. And then it had a subtitle, but that one I liked. I didn't follow too much after issue 7 with that one. But we're
Interesting.
getting an animated show or a movie or something. So could be interesting. So the next one, again, I didn't see this one. Did anybody?
Oh yeah. No. No.
My store didn't have it either.
Yeah. I picked this. I got this one, but I haven't read it yet. Because like again, like it's getting shipped to me. So like this is one that I picked up. So if
Yeah,
anybody's
this one was
read it,
good.
Oh, okay.
nope.
Nope.
All right. What's it about?
The floor is yours, Nope.
Yeah, it's basically about the Phantom, and he protects the jungle, and it's just kind of a teaser story, telling you a little bit of backstory, not too much, really more backstory about the Phantom character, not even necessarily who this guy actually is. Like it doesn't even, I don't think, give his name. But anyways, yeah, it actually has a story about some poachers going after a tiger, and the tiger's out for revenge, and it kind of plays out how it plays out. But I'm excited to see when this one comes out. I think it's in August, I think. Or no, it just said coming soon. This one just said coming soon. It didn't give a month.
This is one of those characters that, like, along with Dick Tracy and Flash Gordon, I'm surprised Dynamite didn't snatch up.
Yeah.
Right.
Because this feels, I don't know, like I'm pretty sure the book's good, but for some reason this feels like a Dynamite character.
Racer too.
Mm,
Speed Racer falls in that same category, I think.
yeah, yeah,
I cannot look at this cover and not see Billy Zane.
I know,
Mhm.
right? Listen to your friend Billy Zane. Yeah,
Well,
Mad
no.
Cave, dude, that's been a company that ever since Battle Cats, I've been a fan of. Like, they have some misses, but I don't know any company that, like, bigger company that is on, in comic shops that doesn't every once in a while put one out where you're just like, kind of not for me. But Mad Cave books, for the most part, are pretty good. So I'm excited to check this one out eventually.
A tiny publisher, but Broadsword. I love them. They've never put out a book I didn't like.
I know the name. Is that Tarot the Black?
Yep, Tarot Witch and the Black Robe. I have
Oh.
that is one of the few series that I have every issue of.
Nice.
I hear good things about that too.
It's not for kids, but it's good and it's dark.
Nice. All right. Next up, I got.
This was my
Oh,
surprise book. If I had a surprise book, this was it. I did not think I was going to like this, and it ended up being a dark horse that I really like. It it's I read it the first time and I was so confused. So I read it again and I think I figured out where they're going with it. Cuz it starts and it says like 1950 something up in the corner and you're on an airplane and people are playing poker and you get some gratuitous nudity cuz some dude won't put his Playboy down. And there's a guy in the back strumming on a guitar and all through their game he keeps strumming on the guitar and he strums faster and faster. And they're like, "Will you tell him to calm down?" And he just starts riffing on this guitar, and all of a sudden, a storm comes out of nowhere and puts everyone's life in danger. And he starts playing the guitar even faster and faster, and pretty soon the skin starts coming off of his fingers, and all you see are bones strumming on the guitar. And that confused the heck out of me. But after a reread, I think what's going on is that that guitar is either haunted or cursed somehow,
Yeah.
because then it goes to the future and a band that it's not Def Leppard, but a band, a rock band, is playing on stage, and one of their members is late because he's going to buy a new guitar because he broke his over somebody's head. So I have a feeling he's going to end up buying that cursed guitar. That's where I think they're going with it. But that's speculation because it doesn't go that far. But I actually really enjoyed it. It was a surprise.
So is Def Leppard in the book at all?
Not this one, but it is hilarious because whenever they mention a word that like don't get hysterical, they write it like that.
Oh,
So if it's a title of a Def Leppard album or song, they make sure you know it. And I think somebody mentioned, I can't remember, but I think one of them mentions that Def Leppard is their favorite band. But so far, the actual band itself, no, it's not in this book.
so you would say that this is a dark horse from Vault that was Dynamite?
Yes. In that universe. Yes. You're welcome.
No, man, it looks cool, and that's what I tell people about. Try something, because honestly, you could take the Def Leppard part off for me, the hysteria. If you gave me that cover, I would still be like, "What the hell is this?"
With the Def Leppard and everything, I thought it was just going to be one of those weird rock comics like they had back in the 80s that were black and white. I think Kiss had one and all the bands had one. And it was like their story of getting started. And I was like, "Nah." And then I grabbed it. And I'm so glad I did because I think it's going to end up being a horror story. And it's got me interested to see where they go with it.
Take a chance on things, folks. And I gotta know, just because this cover is so wild. Are the colors in the book wild at all?
Let me grab it. I got them all right here just in case somebody asked a question like that. I can't remember off the top of my head because I read so many this week. Yeah, this is a sampling of the art. So it's got some funky colors in it and it's got good drawing in it. So
That's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
it was a surprise. I was really shocked. This might be my second best after Monsters. I liked it that much after I figured out what was going on, but it was really confusing at the beginning. Really confusing.
Nice. All right. So next one. Oh. So what was weird about this is I heard that certain stores were selling this during Free Comic Book Day, and certain stores were just giving this away. We got it for free. So it's very, very short. It doesn't have any kind of like backup stories or anything. It feels like it was an ash can. Like it's a zero, but it's got that ash can feel where it's, I don't know, maybe 6 pages. Maybe. This was an awesome teaser. The art,
The book itself. weird feel
Do
too.
what?
I said the book itself has a weird feel too.
Yeah. Did you get to grab this?
I did find this at the last store that I went to on Free Comic Book Day, and I don't think that they charged me for it because they had like 4 shelves of it. So I was like, I mean, I can go back and get more if nobody else got it.
Give me one.
Damn.
Give me one. Well, unless it's
go
got
back.
a scan code
Yeah.
inside. If it's got a scan code inside, that's fine too.
Yeah, I'll have to
When
check
Jay
it.
first showed this, I was like, "Damn it!" The place I went didn't have it.
Yeah. So did you get to read this one?
No, I didn't get to
Okay.
read it. I forgot it was in the stack, actually. I had such a tall stack today, and I was happy to get through that one.
So this one is just, again, it's an awesome teaser. The art in this is fantastic. Here's the thing about like Bad Idea. It's kind of like Ghost Machine, where the artists that they're using for their books just crush it. I think yes, it is. It is, Lorena. It, for me at least, it has a Gears of War, and for most people that might know it, because I only know this because of the Amazon show, the Level Up show that they had with all the different video games, but it kind of also feels a little bit Warhammerish, or what is
Mhm.
that thing called? Warhammer 40K, or
That's that thing Dan is obsessed with. That game.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, War
yeah,
40,000.
something like that. But it's got that kind of vibe, and I'm here for it. Like I know that Bad Idea gets grief for how they tried to start getting their books in stores. I know that they gave a lot of stores headaches, but I'm already a fan of this one.
Is there a quick story that you can tell about that? Because I always hear people talk bad about them, but I don't know a darn thing about them.
So it was their books. There was something like you couldn't order just issue 1. Like they would do theirs in 4 issue miniseries. You had to get all 4 or something like that. Like it was a weird thing. Like I don't know too much about it. I just hear from the people that I know that it was a pain in the ass with their
So it was
stuff.
a logistics thing. It wasn't a their stories suck thing.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Their stuff is like Jenna and I have most of their stuff. Like, but when we ordered it, we had to sign up for the whole thing. There wasn't like, let me just get an issue 1. And
So
most
if
of
you
the time,
didn't like issue 1, you were stuck with all 4 anyway.
pretty much, because they didn't carry it in their like on their racks too much. So it was, you wanted this, you had to get the whole thing. They didn't do trades. I don't know if they ever changed that. I can't remember if they do digitals or not, but I don't think so. Like it was just they also did the weird things like the invisible CG Seed comic. Like they did some things that gave stores headaches. But their stories and their art and all that, they're always solid. Always solid. Like all Eye of Odin. There's like one that I can't remember. I tried to push it on somebody's show, but I can't remember. But it was dinosaurs versus mechs. I can't remember what the series is called now. All the names go out of my head whenever I try to think of them, and then somebody brings them up later, and then it's like, oh yeah, it's that one. But there's like
It
ENIAC.
gets worse, Jay. Give it another 8-10 years.
I know. ENIAC, the one about the supercomputer. It was Kyle. It was on the show, the Kyle Sales show. He had a bunch of Bad Idea stuff, and I think Ed, you picked up ENIAC.
No, I already have that one. I didn't know that was Bad Bug.
No, Bad Idea.
Or Bad Idea. That's what I meant.
Yeah. I could have sworn there was some Bad Idea book you picked up.
Well, there could have been, but the ENIAC is I talked somebody else into it, and they bought the role because I
Okay,
told them it was a good read.
Okay, there you go. There's I wish I could remember the ones about the dinosaurs and the mech suits. Hey, Bearded, what's going on, brother?
You want me to try to Google it?
Would you? Because now it's got
Sure. And it's Bad Idea.
tankers.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I remember that on there. That was in the road that the guy bought with the other one.
Yeah, thank you, Bearded man. Like, I love the books, but I can't remember the titles. That was the one who also had the lot. Was it the lot? The lot or the plot? And we almost had you buy it, like almost talked you into buying them, but then we found out it was black and white inside.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It was either the lot or the plot.
I think it was Plot, but I don't
Okay.
remember. I'm older than you. Don't come to me for memory. I
Barely
definitely need a
attainable.
memory upgrade.
This is again, this is one that, again, if you haven't tried any of the Bad Idea stuff, I'm pretty sure it's easy. They're a lot easier to get now. The Lot. There you go. Okay, yeah, it was the
Okay.
Lot. The Lot was the horror studio book. Thank you. There's another comic out there called The Plot. I think that's a Vault book, but I can't remember.
And the lot is black and white.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately. But this book, I'm so on board for it. I mean, I really dug it. I'm probably going to end up reading it a couple more times just because it was so short. It was so short, but it was so good. So if you can find a copy of this, folks, I highly suggest it. If you're into, like, that kind of alien, human, gritty war kind of books, which I am. Like, I like those movies too. But yeah. Planet
Is
Death
it
is gonna be good.
oversized or is it a regular?
Hold on, I'll grab it.
I feel like it's slightly oversized.
Those oversized ones annoy me because I can't put them in anything.
Hold on.
Microphone
See
working?
what Come on, where you at? There it is. Okay. Oh, the one I got. Oh, that's not going to be good. Hold on. Ooh, I'm going to have all this stuff fall. There we go. All right.
This could get entertaining, folks.
Doing it live, folks. Doing it live. So it kind of in regular size feels like to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that don't look too bad.
It might be a little taller.
Looks pretty big in your hands there, Jay.
Well, yeah, I got little baby hands.
That coin holder
Mo-
might
most
be the wrong
things-
size then, but
Do
Most,
you have another comic handy that you can just?
most
them
things
beside
look huge in my hands, Triple B.
Hey, Jay, come here.
Yeah. So here's,
So they're the same.
yeah, they're the same.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, really, like, since I got it here, show you some of it. Like,
I'm so glad you hadn't cut your hair yet. Keep
oh,
your
it's
You know,
happening.
don't do it.
It's happening. Like,
That's nice art. I like that.
So, yeah, it's so good. So good. Now, if I would have thought about it, spent a little more time doing it, I would have put all the information about the books at the bottom, but I just ran out of time. The art is Tomas Giorello, I believe is what that's. I'm terrible with names, folks. So, but that's awesome. Like, that's some awesome art.
That
Like-
kind of reminded me that page you showed a little bit of like Final Fantasy. Just a little bit by the art.
Yeah, like you get a chance to get this from somebody, Ed or Triple B, I highly suggest it, man. It's, if nothing else, it's kind of like Rook. If you haven't checked out Rook Exodus, the art in that
Yeah.
book, man, that's that, and anything by Lee Bermejo, especially Vicious Circle. The art in Vicious Circle is just I'm not an art person, but I would love to have art done by him to frame and put up on my walls. But this is a really cool book. If you can find it, grab the little sampler, see if it's your thing, and then if you want it, make sure you pick it up when the series comes out. I didn't check to see when it's coming out, but I'm definitely going to be on the lookout for it. All right.
It's just called Planet Death.
Yeah.
I can tell you in
Yeah.
a second on League. Planet Death. It looks like July 9th is the next one. Issue 1 comes out July 9th.
2 days before Superman. Let's go.
Mm.
All right. Now this next one, I'm a little sad, especially when I read it. I was a little sad because this was one that Jenna was very excited for too. But unfortunately, she can't read it. And she found that out before I opened the book. But Post
Oh.
Malone's Big Rig.
Dang it.
Now, Mr. Malone, that I know is eventually going to watch the show someday.
Yes. Positive thoughts. Love it.
Yeah. Please. I've been to the site. He has a site. I think it's bigrigcomic.com, where he's selling the hardcover full editions of these. There's 3 different versions. I don't think any of those versions are in color.
Oh man.
Figured.
Please. The money, he's got trucker hats on there that I'm like, look, the money you make on the trucker hats and the merch alone, please do a colored version of this. I want Ed and Jenna to be able to read this book because this was one of my favorite books that I read.
Good.
Oh, I really like. I'm
Quick
just like,
synopsis. What is it?
okay. So let me do my spiel because I have it written within my notes.
Oh boy.
'Cause I got to
it's
take
note
notes.
time.
So I start this out just by saying, okay, post, okay. Not a bad job at all. Like, especially for his first comic. Like, this was a really fun book. It's violent, and it has like an kind of an Evil Dead feel to it. And just like, it's surprisingly original. And basically, it's this town from the past. You don't know what year it is or anything like that, but you could tell it's one of those times. It feels like the Evil Dead movie around the 1300s or whatever. This town is plagued by demons. And the priests there are chanting some Latin stuff. And they kind of lock some of the people. They let some people in, lock some of the people out. And a woman and her 2 children bang on the blacksmith's door. The blacksmith lets them in, but it's kind of weird because I can't remember if the guy is actually the blacksmith
He's
or
not.
okay, that's what it was. But he's got these markings.
Apparently the blacksmith was friends of the woman.
Yes. But he's got these markings on his face. It's like 2 crosses and then like something in Latin across his forehead, I think.
So he's got face tats like Post.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't look bad. Like, you can kind of make them out on the cover. It looks like something shiny on his cheeks. But those are like their crosses. Apparently he's like he was a priest that was kicked out of the order or something. And so these demons are attacking, these other priests are chanting, and a demon breaks into the what is it called? Basically, where the blacksmith is, or the guy in the blacksmith place has the door shut. Demon busts in the room.
Yeah.
Demon's basically like, I'm going to eat your soul. Like they were saying stuff like that. That reminded me of Evil Dead, Deadites, and stuff like that. But there's chanting, and then the woman's little girl says amen. Well, apparently right when she says that, the priest down between the priest down there chanting, there's like a comet coming out of the sky. Comet smashes into the blacksmith's building, presumably kills everybody but the blacksmith himself. And come to find out, it's a big rig. It's a big rig, and the guy
The Comet was a truck.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, cool.
The chapel of ritual was in the
Yeah.
big rig.
Yeah, and the guy starts checking this truck out. I don't know how he knows what to do with this thing, but he just kind of does. Like there
What's
might
on
be
the
some.
hat?
Yeah.
It's the hat. It's apparently it's
Oh.
like an
Okay.
offering, and once you put on the hat, you assume you can never take it off, and you're always going to be the driver of the truck.
There you
Man,
go.
I'm
I'm
gonna
glad
have
no
to mute
credit
you
to
guys.
you.
Interesting.
I'm gonna have to mute you guys. You're getting me all excited about this thing, and I can't read it.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome. That sounds gnarly.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, like this is one of those books when you know a lot of times people are a bit snobby about
Yeah. Okay. All right. I know.
when it comes to comics. So when we hear an actor or musician is doing a comic, you know, and then you get the premise. Like if somebody came up to you and just said, "Hey, I'm doing this Demon and Big Rig comic," a lot of people would be like, "Eh, take care, Triple B. Thanks for being here, boss."
Later.
Oh yeah, yeah. The family got home, so gotta go hang out with them. It's amazing. It's amazing being part of this community, and like I got lost in this little story what you're telling about this big rig with Post Malone. Like oh my god, Dean, or you wear this hat, now you're being part of this freaking like cult, like ritual stuff. Amazing. So I'll check you guys out later, but hell yeah, man, I gotta go, man. Love you
All right,
guys.
man.
Later,
Take
buddy.
care.
All
Bye.
right.
So it kind of, in a little bit, sounds like a twist on the that Stephen King Maximum Overdrive
Mm,
with the Green Goblin possessed truck that's trying to kill everybody.
Well, I mean, I know the movie, but I don't know. It's that part's hard to explain, but it's basically this thing is calling out to him. He goes
Yeah,
to
'cause-
climb in it. The demons are like, if you put the hat on, you can never take it off. And when he
Right.
does, he gets like this weird surge of powers that go through him, like this lightning or something. But you know, again, you hear an actor or a musician is doing a comic, you get this kind of premise, you're like, this could be terrible. But this number 0 for this was anything but terrible. Like I don't know. Like I don't know. I didn't know I needed a semi flung through space time to help defeat demons until I read this.
God, that sounds badass. I
Yeah,
wish I
dude.
could read it.
And I don't know exactly how much Post Malone was behind this, but you know,
Yeah,
this
'cause
was
it was written by with.
yeah. It was like I said for a first outing as a comic creator. I think he did an awesome job. Like this thing, like I said, not a bad job at the beginning. I started that when I first started reading. I jotted that down because I was like, okay, opening page, I'm already into this. Then the more I read the book, I was just like, man, this is pretty damn awesome. Like I could see getting this. I could see reading more of this. Like, and I don't know what it is about that weird stigma about actors and musicians or just people outside of comics in general that makes people kind of weary of stuff that they do. But for me, a good story is a good story. Like I know that a lot of people fell off Berserker, then Keanu Reeves was behind that. but not just Keanu Reeves. I'm talking about Patton Oswalt, David DeSmalchin, like stuff that they've done. Brian Posen helped write one of my favorite runs of Deadpool with Jerry Duggan. So a good
DMC
story
was
is a
good
story.
too. DMC had some comics; those were good too.
Yeah. So I would tell you, if you're somebody, look, and I'm gonna say this too. Do I like the guy's music? Yes. Am I a super fan? No. I think he's a really cool guy, and some of the interviews and stuff I've seen him in. Don't let the name Post Malone, if you don't like his music, don't let that stop you from trying to read this. Because I'm telling you, you're going to be doing yourself a disservice. I think this has a potential to be the next Evil Dead kind of thing. Or at least Army of Darkness Evil Dead, because there's a little bit of comedy in it. The demons are kind of funny and kind of messed up at the same time in certain parts. But again, Mr. Post Malone, please put this thing. Please put this in color. Like, the art is beautiful. It really is good. But love to have this in color for everybody to be able to read it. So I'll check some stuff. There we go. All right. So
Let me know if they offer a digital copy, because worst case scenario, I'll colorize it myself.
Okay.
Because that sounds so interesting.
It really is, man. Like, all the
Who's
demons.
the publisher? Is it just him on his own, or?
Man, is this another Vault book?
I think so. Isn't that what the logo is below Big Rig there?
I think it is.
I can't see it, so I don't know.
Come on.
Oh, the little thing that looks like the Star Trek thing?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I think that is the Vault symbol now that I... Sorry I'm getting real close to the camera, but it's the only way I can see it.
You're good. Let's see.
You just see the
Yeah,
skeleton.
I think that is Vault. I
Yep.
see the V.
Yep.
Vault usually has digital.
Yeah. And hello, Breadhead. Welcome in. So yeah. Next up on the list, this was just so good. I think I want to say this, and I know there's another book on here that most people are like, isn't that your favorite one? It's one of my favorites, but I think this is actually my favorite thing that I picked up. Next one, though, this one was so good. I'll start us off with this one too, but I've never actually read a Transformers comic. Transformers was, I bet I know you, especially with the way you're kind of might be a niece or nephew. I can't remember. Like, I watched the cartoons and the movies, of course. I got a huge kick out of this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's if inferiority complex and like one-upsmanship was a bot, it'd be Ballpoint. This is the friend you have that you could say, I ran a mile. Well, I ran 2 miles. Like, he's that guy. This is definitely a book that does not take itself seriously at all. And for me, a book you could start young people on, like the young people in your life, if you want to try to start edging them into Transformers. I think this would be a great place to start. I think Ballpoint is going to be a hit with kids and adults. This cocky little runt of a Decepticon is almost, to me, kind of feels like he's the opposite of Starscream, because he's super loyal to Megatron and the Decepticons. Like, he's down for the cause. He's loyal to the cause. I couldn't help but root for him just a little bit. Like, if you want something a bit different than traditional Transformers books, check this one out. It drops in July as well. July is going to be a great month for most things comics. It feels like.
Yeah,
Now,
but it's
is it-
going to be a bad
Yeah.
month for our wallets between the movies and the
True.
comics.
True.
I got you. What's up, kiddo?
Now, is it gonna come out with single issues and be ongoing, or is it just
That's-
coming out
see-
as a trade?
That part, I thought it said near the end, because this is the one I read all the way through and actually paid attention.
Huh.
I thought
on, I'll
it
tell
said
you.
that Ballpoint will return in Worst Transformers or Transformers Worst Bot Ever #1.
Hmm.
So I don't
Yeah,
know
and
if
then I
it's a
looked that up
trade.
on League, and it showed up as a trade.
Hey,
Right?
Maybe it-
Yeah, exactly. I'll take it too.
yeah, exactly.
Probably not a whole lot you can, probably can't take it too far.
Yeah, I think there was once upon a time when Scout was getting real big. They had these things. I can't remember what they called it. It was either like complete shot or something like that, where instead of doing one issue of something, or they did one issue and then the next thing they did, they just put out a trade. They had a name for it. I can't remember it, but it was kind of cool because, especially for me, it's if I like one of them, I'm probably going to like the series. But it was this one, man. It was a lot of fun. I did read the Family Force 5 that's in here. I don't know too much about that. I don't know if that's an existing thing. To me, it wasn't like it was bad or anything, but it was like Power Rangers
That's what
on
I
the
got.
moon with cooler weapons and gnarlier enemies. Is kind of the vibe I got from it.
It says it's going to be a 96-page book that comes out. The FOC is May 19th. So if you want it, you better get it in. And
Love you, kiddo. Thanks for dropping by.
yeah, I'm glad we were G-rated.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, they know. They know
Oh,
how we are.
They know how we are.
So yeah.
Did you hear me say it was going to be a 96-page?
Oh,
Okay, cool.
96-page. The FOC is May 19th, though. So you only got a week to order it.
All right.
all right. So I want to hear anything else y'all have to say about it. I've talked enough.
I have never read a Transformer comic in my life. It never interested me. I opened it up just before we started, and I was laughing so hard by the 4th page that I'm hooked. I want to read more. To me, it it was kind of like if Deadpool were G-rated and a Decepticon.
Right.
He had one-liner after one-liner. He broke the 4th wall, saying, "Yes, I hold the patent on the name Ballpoint," and all stuff like that. I was cracking up. I thought it was great.
Yeah, I thought it was good too. I've myself, I've never read any of the Transformers comics. I'm really looking forward to when all those hardcovers come out. Gonna read through all those, but this one, yeah, like you guys said, it's great for kids, but I mean, it's still got enough humor and nuance for adults to read it. So
Yeah, it says in the description on League 8 to 12 years old. So that's my mentality right there.
Wow. So I'm reading above my mentality then, because I'm about 5, 3 sometimes if it's
If
really
I
good.
could get like 6 or 7 more copies of this, I would take it to the children's ward at the hospital because they would all love it. So I might go hunting on Kickstarter for it, see if I can, or not Kickstarter, eBay for it, and see if I can find it for $1 or something, or $2.
I can grab handfuls if I can come across them too.
Man, if
this
you don't mind, that'd be great because the
This would
kids
be
will
a
love
good
it.
one for giving out to nieces and nephews too.
Yeah. All of my nieces and nephews have kids and grandkids of their own.
Well, the great grandnieces and grandnephews.
Yeah. The only good thing about that is, yes, I am a great uncle. I think I always have been.
Very nice. If I can get extra copies, I will. because I love our nieces and nephews, but this is ours.
Well, give some. If you got a hospital nearby, I mean, I can't even tell you, and I don't mean to go off on a tangent, but the look in a sick kid's face when they see a comic, it will make you feel like $1,000,000. And so if you got a hospital near you that has a kids ward and you can find extra copies of stuff like this that's going to make them laugh, please donate it, because the hospitals are always looking for stuff. They don't advertise it, but if you go in there, they'll be like, "Oh, that's awesome. They'll love it." And please consider doing that.
Yes, and I send that out also to comic shops. If you have an overabundance of some of these kids' books, think about it. Think about taking it to a children's hospital and donating.
Please, yes.
But yeah, this book is just. I knew I was gonna like it, but I didn't realize I was gonna like it as much as I did. Like, I can't wait. I can't wait for Jenna to read this. I think she's gonna have a ball with it. So let's see. Next one I got on here is Diablo, and I didn't get this one. Nope. Did you get a chance to read this?
I did, but it was a couple of days ago, so I'm going to be real fuzzy on this one. But
You remember liking
I
it?
remember it was good, yeah.
Okay.
I remember it was good, and I remember liking it, and yeah, it was just short, which like many of them. But I want to say that there was a second story in the back, a backup story. But
Do you know, is it related to the video game, or is it just the title of the book?
Yes. Okay. Now our memory's getting a little bit better. I think I remember one of the main characters, like he's a healer, and I want to say he's from the original game. But other than that, it was, just a Diablo character, big devil like that one on the cover there. But what was his name? Started with an A. But he was a healer, and that's a big part of the story going on in here. But I want to say that they're coming out with the series in August.
Was it Akara or Atma or something like that?
Atlan or something like that.
Okay. I was so addicted to playing Diablo in the 90s that I almost got bad grades in college.
Yeah, I want to say it was one of the people who were part of the story that you had to go seek out something and get something from him, or he was part of the quest. But that was another thing that, like you said, it's been a long time since we played that.
Mm-hmm. And yes, the entire book is black and white because I have a copy and I can't read it.
I'm interested mainly because I see Cullen Bunn's name on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've never been into Diablo. I've never actually tried it either. So
don't do it. It's addicting.
Oh, okay.
Diablo is the reason why I never even tried to play World of Warcraft.
Right.
I was so obsessed. I'm like, if you give me a game that never ends, nope.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be in the corner drooling with a controller.
Right. Going around and just checking everything in every single room. I do that same thing. It takes forever to finish any of those games, but like you said, if they don't end, then obviously it's an endless world. You just keep on going.
Yep. That's why I never touched World of Warcraft.
I did the same thing with Brutal Legend. I don't know if y'all ever saw that game.
Nope.
Jack Black.
Negative.
Yes.
Jack Black played he was a roadie, and he had this belt buckle. And during the stage with this really terrible boy band, he gets crushed. There's like some demon that arrives. He gets crushed, and some blood gets into the belt buckle, and it transports him into this like 70s rock and roll metal world. So awesome. Like just the soundtrack alone, the fact you got like Ozzy Osbourne, Lemmy Kilmister, ton of 70s and 80s metal folks in the game. It's super fun too. But it's one of those
controlling groups of roadies as
Yep.
your minions to
Yeah.
go fight demons and all that stuff.
Yes, it's got Tim Curry is the main like baddie in it. So good, so fun.
Well, that just sold me. I love Tim Curry.
Yeah, it's called Brutal Legend.
Was that
He's
PlayStation 2?
He's my favorite type of
Three.
curry.
Might have been 3.
I had it for Xbox. I had it for my Xbox.
Okay, so
360.
that would have been around that same time.
Yeah,
PlayStation 2, 3 era.
yeah. Super fun game though. You get a dragster you drive around in. It has elements of real-time strategy games, but also Guitar Hero. Because to make these relics rise, you have a guitar that comes with you. And it's like you play a song to get the things to rise. To call your car, you play a song. Like, it's such a fun game. And Jack Black is hilarious in it.
And all that stuff.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, that was Diablo. That was Diablo. Now let's get to one that I can't believe. Someone tell me why this works so well.
It wasn't bad.
It just like I wasn't expecting it to be terrible or anything, but I didn't think again, it's one of those I didn't think I'd enjoy it as much as I did because Thundercats I know. Powerpuff Girls not so much. But there's something about the way that they're combined and the writing in it. I'm like, okay, this mashup doesn't feel incredibly out of place. Like it was super weird when I was reading it. I was like, okay.
Well, did you ever watch like Dexter's Lab or Ed, Edd and Eddy or any of those other Cartoon Network shows or nothing? No.
Nope.
They were very adult nuanced with a lot of the jokes and stuff, you know, and Powerpuff Girls was right there in that same vein, you know, had a lot of the innuendos and all that talking about, well, I mean, the secretary, it's basically just shows, you know, from her neck down. So hardly shows her face. And she's the mayor's secretary. But yeah, they kind of just took the Thundercats and Powerpuffed them out to where they're, you know, just kitty people now.
Yes. This is like the thing is though, I've really been enjoying the Thundercats comics. And the comics, I'm glad they've done the way they have because Thundercats for me is not a cartoon I can go back and watch and get the same feeling I used to have about it. It's as an adult watching it, realizing, man, the voice acting in this isn't exactly stellar. Like, it doesn't hold up as well as, like, say, Gargoyles or Darkwing Duck or any of those other shows, or even Johnny Quest, man. Johnny Quest I can still watch. Not that I like hate it now. It just I don't know. I don't get the same feeling from it. But I think my favorite thing that I've heard about this book, like I said, I liked it. It won't be one that I read like 500,000 times, but I might read it again. But my favorite thing I've heard is how much kids are digging this one. Like Bronze Age Nerd has been on the channel a couple times saying his daughter's read this book like 8 times. He said his daughter loves it. And I love hearing stuff like that. I love hearing, you know, younger kids are getting into comics some way because these are the people that, much like us, are going to replace the other people when they're not saying no longer around. I'm just saying there are some older folks that drop out of comics, but this is what we need. We need to keep new readers interested in things. We need to get new readers at all. You know, the hobby, there's a lot of talk about, the hobby's dying. People, you know, comics are failing, blah, blah, blah. It's like, as long as we have new readers, that's not going to happen. As long as you have people interested in comic books, that's not going to happen. So having something like this, while it may not be for everyone, it's for someone. It's somebody's first comic book. It's somebody's first introduction to things like this. I mean, I think Kyle and I are the only people that like Snarf. Like, Snarf was one of those characters. Snarf, Snarf. I love Snarf. Like, I remember that specifically. I can't remember what I did 10 minutes ago, but I can remember that voice of that character. So seeing these two properties brought together, it's just fun. You know, it's nothing like groundbreaking. It's not going to win Eisner Awards or anything, but it's just something that's fun. And apparently, this is going to be, there's at least going to be a number one of this. I don't know if this crossover is going to last longer than that. I haven't looked that far ahead, but this is something that I would, if it's in my list to read, I'm more than likely going to read it because I enjoyed the first couple Powerpuff Girls that I read. So this is just one where kids are digging the book, and that makes me happy. So, did either one of y'all get to read this one?
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, you did? Okay. It's true. Snarf in the new comics is cooler. That is true. Okay. Lorraine, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But again, Snarf, Lion-O, Snarf.
That sounds terrible.
Have you never seen
far off,
Thundercat?
No, that was when I was over my cartoon watching days when that came out. I've never seen an episode. I don't know anything about
Well, if you think that's bad, Snarf had a little brother or cousin
it. Oh Lord, here we go.
that was named Snarfer, Snarfer.
Just hearing you say the voice is priceless enough for me, man. That's golden.
That's what it sounded like, though. Almost spot on.
Yeah, dude. Like, again, it was nice to bring my old school characters with kids that grew up on these characters and just blended them together. So the team that did this, I think y'all aced it. Y'all definitely, you know,
Did
what's
you
that saying kids say? Something about assignments. Understood the assignment. There you go. See, I don't know all the sayings, but
Did you have to say old school when I just said I was too old to read it or watch it? Really?
hey, man,
Thanks, Jay. I love
it's
you.
old.
Man.
Hey, it's old school for me too.
I heard that snort. Nope, knock it off.
Hey,
It's
man,
not that funny. It's not that funny.
you don't think I feel old when people talk about all these Cartoon Network shows that I've never seen?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, dude, that show was on like 15 years ago. What? I just heard about it today. Nope, it's been on forever. Okay, shut up. Go back to your sandbox. Leave me alone. All right, so next one I got on here. Gargoyles Demona.
Demona.
And I got to tell y'all, every time I read a Gargoyles book, it's in all their voices. Like, I could hear, and I always forget the actress's name, but Deanna Troi speaking when she's talking, because that's who voiced Demona in the cartoons. Like, they basically got most of the cast from Next Generation in this cartoon voicing these characters.
Really?
Yeah. Plus, you got Jonathan Frakes was the main bad guy. Ancient manuscripts. Yeah, that's about right. So Riker was the main bad guy. Zartan? No, not Zartanen. I don't know what I'm thinking. Pretty sure Michael Dorn was a character. Like, yeah, they had a lot of the cast. But, you know, Keith David is Goliath. Dude, every time I open one of these books, we are gargoyles. Like, I hear that every single time. But this book, again, what's up, kiddo? Welcome back. This book does what it needs to do. It's just enough of a story at the beginning to get you excited for the Demona book. And there's a big reveal at the end of this that gets you stoked for another book. And this doesn't feel like a spoiler. I'm pretty sure it's out there already, but just in case you don't want to hear, I'm gonna give you about 5 seconds till I tell you what happens. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's gonna be a Gargoyles Fantastic Four crossover. They show up at the end of this book. And it's so simple how it happens. They're both in New York. What the gargoyles think is a flare in the sky. That's the freaking when Johnny does the Fantastic Four in the air. That's the symbol they see. And I'm thinking to myself, duh, they're both in New York. They're both based in New York. So while I'm excited for the Demona book because the story that happens at the beginning is really good. Like I'm really, really excited to see where they go with that. I'm also curious because of this if we're going to get more Dynamite Marvel stuff. Like, could you imagine Vampirella Blade or Red Sonja Black Widow or any of those kind of crossovers? Like, both these stories look great, but I got to say, there's something about that's so. And I guess you could say that they're both under the Disney umbrella, but I don't think the comics count that way. I think Marvel comics are separate from Disney. I could be wrong, but what a crossover! Like, did either of y'all get to read this one?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
know,
that threw me off at the end.
just like with Thundercats, this was after me, and I was actually going to give it a shot because you guys have been talking so much about it, and the store didn't have it. So I was like, guess I won't give it a shot.
I feel like this one holds up though. Pretty good. The cartoon, you mean?
Oh yeah,
Yeah. I think that one holds up pretty well.
Yeah.
I feel like I've tried to rewatch it again and it wasn't too bad.
dude. And then just you have like Brent Spiner plays like a trickster. Dude, the series I can rewatch again. Like
So they literally did have the entire cast of TNG.
pretty much, but they were guest stars. Like
Oh,
because
gotcha.
Deanna Troy, I can't remember her name. And Jonathan Frakes being main cast.
Huh.
So I think they just were like, "Hey guys, we're doing this cartoon. You want to come voice somebody?" And they were just like, "Sure." And they got a bunch of the people from Next Generation on. But it's a great show. And like Keith David he's a voice actor and an actor that I've loved forever. Like just everything he's in. It just, from They Live. That was my first experience was with him and Roddy Piper in that freaking fight in They Live. Like I love that movie so much.
They Live
All
is
right,
a good
take
movie.
care. Red Sonja Spidey. He has to make her a temp web. Ooh. Oh. Okay, so we went off on that tangent right there. So, what'd you think about the big reveal at the end there? Nope.
That threw me off big time. And I was just more like, I didn't even make the connection about New York. I was just like, oh yeah, Disney owns Marvel, so I guess we're doing that now. But yeah, it made me, I guess I got to read that Fantastic Four Free Comic Book Day and see if that one ties into this.
Do you think that that's why they were doing those Disney cartoon characters as Marvel heroes on comic covers for a while, was to get us ready for a crossover like this?
Could have been. That's the Mark Brooks covers, right? Mark Brooks was doing all those.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh, but I know which ones you're talking about though.
Yeah.
Because I was like, man, some of those characters look really good like that.
I wasn't able to get the dang Fantastic Four book either. They didn't have that one or Gargoyles. They had already not sold out because they're free, but ran out by the time I got there. Because I really wanted to see the Fantastic Four one because I heard that it was kind of loosely based on the movie coming up.
Yeah, there's something about was it? There's a giant size X-Men that had Fantastic Four, or was it the Fantastic Four that had the giant size X-Men in the back?
The Fantastic Four had the X-Men.
Okay.
That was another thing I wanted to see.
Okay. The Marvel Disney issues were good story. Yeah. Yeah. But I would highly suggest though, y'all, if you haven't seen the Mark Brooks like Disneyfied Marvel character covers, check them out. Go look at them because some of those characters, I'm like, dude, those designs are awesome. But yeah, this one, Dynamite crushed it again with this one. Like I've said before, there's a lot of stuff from Dynamite. It's not really for me. I've tried. There's like one or two Red Sonja titles I like. There's one Vampirella title I like. Some of the other characters I just can't get into. But man, these Disney books, like these have been for the most part. There's a couple of them I haven't read, so I can't speak on them. But for the most part, the Disney books have been pretty good. So
One of the best non-horror comics I've read in the last couple of years was I think it was called What If Donald Duck Was Wolverine or something. Oh my God, that was so funny.
Yeah, that was a good cover too.
The awesome cover. He like toasting marshmallows on his claws or something, or a hot dog, or I can't remember.
I think they had a couple different ones, even because it was a what if Donald Duck was Wolverine, but I feel like they did multiple covers to where it wasn't just one.
Yeah, I think you're right because I think there was also one where another one of the Disney characters was Hulk, and his reflection was in the claws, like
Yeah, I think it was Goofy as Hulk.
Goofy. Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah.
well,
Yeah.
here's what I've always said about that. Whenever anybody brings that up, I'm like, y'all, Donald Duck kind of is the Wolverine of that universe already. Just the anger. He's already kind of like Wolverine to me. So that was a perfect character for them to get because I couldn't have bought it. They're like, what if Mickey was Wolverine? Couldn't buy it. All right. So next one I got IDW Find Your Fear. IDW Dark is I think that's going to be the not the offshoot. What do they call them? Imprint for books like this is IDW Dark. Grab my notes here. So there's, as you can see from most of you can see from the cover, and that's not a knock on you, Ed. The cover's kind of small.
I have the book.
Okay. Because now I got to remember. Yeah,
30 Days of Night was outstanding.
Yeah, I was like, I can barely see this cover. I'm not sure anybody else can.
You don't want me to try to pronounce that third story.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I practiced this. I practiced it the first time I said it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But that's not what I said the first time I saw it.
Me either.
So there's 4 stories, and I'm definitely going to be giving each one of these number ones a shot. Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees, Rite of Spring is the second of this series. And if you haven't read the first series of that, it's animal doing people things, including being murderous monsters. I was very late to the party on this one. Like all 4 were already out, and I found them, and I was like, I'm just going to read all 4 of them. And before I knew it, I was like, oh, that's it? And I read them again because this story is really good. Really good. It's interesting art, just an interesting concept of having an animal world where you have a serial killer. And the way this character kills people and dispatches of the proof was pretty interesting too. So reading the first, reading that one, the one in this book, it feels like it's one of the victim's sisters. I can't remember if they said it was like 5. She's been looking for 5 years, so I guess this is 5 years later. 8.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, I didn't realize that was that big of a jump. But it's 8 years later, and it's really short, just to give you a little taste. But I can't wait for it to come out.
If you guys haven't read Beneath the Trees, give it a try. That's a great series.
Yes.
for sure.
And does that picture there not remind you of how Where Monsters Lie ended?
Yeah, a little bit.
Doesn't it? That's the first thing I thought of when I saw that panel. I was like, that reminds me of Where Monsters Lie.
Yeah, I want another series of that too.
Oh, it's coming. It's
Yeah.
coming.
Then you got 30 Days a Night. And again, myself being a fan of those books. Now, I can tell you this, the one that I have, the art is one of those you might not like it. I think the art in this is a little more dialed down than the one that I have, because the art in the one that I have is like really scratchy looking.
Oh, I hate those.
For me, it's more of the story entices me than the art in that one does. The story also just makes me madder than hell.
Yeah.
But this one, it got me stoked. I mean, it's vampires, but it's hard to explain why I like these vampires as much as I do. Like, I normally like vampires. Sometimes I think vampires are overused in certain stories, or they do kind of weird things with them that I'm just like, man. Well, imagine if they made a Twilight book, Ed.
I don't
Yeah.
want to.
Yeah. Yeah, see?
Oh no, stop.
I don't want to.
But I think this is going to be just a great vampire story. We're going back to Harrow. I think that's what the town is called.
Yeah.
Okay. For those who don't know, in Alaska, where they have a month of no sun, which 30 Days a Night in itself reminded me of an old Tales from the Crypt episode where it's like an old general and his lieutenant go to Alaska to like hunt polar bears or something, and they run into vampires, and one of the dudes thinks he's about to get away, and then he gets reminded that it's Alaska and they won't have the sunrise for another 30 days.
Yeah.
So, but there's one movie. Okay, the second movie doesn't exist, so just watch the first 30 Days a Night. Okay, don't watch the second one. You just make yourself mad. It's like watching Mask and then Son of Mask. Okay, you're just gonna make yourself mad.
Was it the first one that had Josh Hartnett in it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And was he in the second one?
No.
No. I think Pee Wee Herman was, though.
God, I
I'm
can't
joking.
remember
I'm joking.
anybody from the first movie was in that second one.
Pee Wee
like-
Herman would have fit into that second one. Oh,
Okay. Then you have, dang it, Tuatha, whatever. Weird name, but
is your niece gone?
no.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah, I think they are. But anyway, yes, most people will pronounce it probably exactly how the rest of us are thinking it looks. I'm not too sure what to think about this. Like, I'm still going to give this a chance because I want to know, because the art and the pictures and the panel layout alone had me super interested in what the hell is going on.
Right.
Because it's a girl that has like this head on a stake and this humongous dog, and then they're attacked.
And you can't tell if it's a trophy or if
Yeah.
it's something to worship. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Mhm.
It's not clear on it.
Yeah, but it does just enough to where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to read the first one just to figure this one out, because it also feels like it's gonna be kind of sword and sorcery a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I got a little bit of that vibe just from like the enemies that attack them too. The last story was one that I've talked about a couple weeks back. I just hopped on a minute to skim it over the air. because when I read this, I found the premise super interesting. So to me, and I have nothing factual to base this off of. To me, it felt like an alternate, almost 1950s, where instead of playing football or basketball at school, they sword fight. And I was like, because like they have cheerleaders, they have teams of sword fighters. There's a captain of the sword fighting team, and I'm not talking fencing. These look like legitimate swords. So it looks super interesting. It looks like it's gonna be bloody. I don't know where they're gonna go with what this is gonna be.
The one thing about this book where I think they went wrong is they should have had the stories in reversed order. Because the book starts so strong with Beneath the Trees and 30 Days, and then it kind of, the last two kind of left me. Whereas if they would have done it the other way around and built, maybe I'd have had more interest. But I'm gonna give those last two another read after you said that, because I could have just been biased because I liked the first two so much.
I can totally see that. A way I can kind of compare it to is many years ago, the live action Ninja Turtles movies coming out around the same time that the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie came out. Jenna, Sean, and I went and watched Guardians first, and then went to watch Ninja Turtles that same day later that night. And while we liked the Turtles movie, it was one of those, we should have watched Turtles first and ended with the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. This, I don't think they should have started out with the two strongest ones first. I think they should have gone like Beneath the Trees, Tuatha, 30 Days a Night, then Blood Honey, or maybe like you said, flip those two and put Tuatha and Blood and Honey first as the first two.
Well, as a horror guy, that's what I would recommend. But whatever order, I mean, I guess it don't matter. But it's just, I so like the first two that the other ones almost seem like going down the slope a little bit.
And another thing I feel about that is Blood and Honey. I don't know if that's going to necessarily be a horror or if it's going to be like murder mystery.
Right.
It kind of has that feel to it. But again, it's such an interesting concept because it's that part of not knowing what the hell they're going for with that. Because it really, like, the sword team has cheerleaders, but they're not like short skirted cheerleaders. They're like the long, old school cheerleading outfits. Like, yeah, it's going to be Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees the Rites of Spring is going to be the second series, Lorena. So it's in this one. It's the first story in this one. It's like 3 or 4 pages of it, something like that. But any other thoughts on these stories?
I just did a quick Google, and I guess there was a movie called Blood Honey, which has me wondering if that might be what this is based on, because that's a strange name. It was from 2017. It says let me read the synopsis. Tortured by the memory of a childhood trauma, a woman returns after a decade to her family's hunting lodge to assist. No, I don't think that's the same thing. But that's an awful weird coincidence, because other than Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, I wouldn't think there'd be another Blood Honey out there.
Wow.
But yeah, if it turns into a murder mystery, that's going to fall off my radar. I don't get into those.
Gotcha.
Oh, but I will say that they do mention Sherlock Holmes in Monsters.
Ooh.
You just reminded me of that. He's in it too.
Huh.
So he really goes out. I don't want to get going on that book again. But.
All right, y'all. The last one I didn't even write notes for. I did not even write notes for.
Imagine that.
Yep. And I also didn't grab the back of this because this is like a flip book. It's got all in or absolute on the other side of it. It took me a second. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It took me a second to get used to the art in this book. The first couple of panels, I kind of wasn't feeling the art too much, but then it felt like, okay, it with the story and everything, it felt better. Like it's weird. There's some books I have like that to where when I'm first looking at it, it's like I don't really dig this art, and then later on as the story kind of progresses, I'm like, okay, the art's kind of cool. This is Mark Waid's technically second outing, because he wrote a story in the Summer of Superman special. So this is Mark Waid's second outing, and this is going to be pretty good. I'm excited for the Superman Unlimited run. I think it's clever what happens at the end of this issue, the end of it, because it's not a whole issue, obviously, but it's kind of clever what they do. There's an interesting character that it could technically be a first appearance. I don't know if it's going to be like a mainstay kind of thing, but the threat in this is interesting. It's an interesting threat at the end. Then you flip it over and you get this really cool, basically Mirror Master. It's a Mirror Master story where you kind of see, and I haven't read through all the absolute stuff to know this, but you kind of see he's been spying on Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman in the absolute universe. And then he meets up with somebody at the end, and I couldn't tell if it was another version of Mirror Master or if it was somebody else. It is? Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah, it looks like the one in the main part of the story that you've been following. I'm assuming that he's the absolute version.
Mm.
And then the guy that steps in at the end, that's what we're used to seeing Mirror Master.
Yeah. So my thought is they might start trying to do some crossover stuff like that with just those characters. I'm kind of hoping that we keep these separate, but if they want to do like one or two one shots where they kind of bring the universes together for a minute for a couple issues and then they split up again, we don't need another Crisis. I think them having just the two universes is fine. The absolute universe works for me. Well, technically 3 if you count Elseworlds. But the Elseworld stuff works for me. The absolute stuff works for me. And then you have the main continuity stuff. So, but that's cool. Like I was looking at the costume and I was like, man, that looks like Mirror Master 2. So I'm glad you could tell who that was. Because I was like, man, unless they just put somebody in a different costume for this universe, but
no, because oddly enough, the absolute, I guess, version of Mirror Master, he kind of looks like the Pied Piper.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, that's what I thought it was at first until I was like, wait, this dude's coming out of a puddle.
Right. He's coming out of all reflections and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's why I would say Mirror Master. But did you notice in the All-In, the Superman side of it, that he wrapped up some criminals after they'd been caught and wrapped or and handcuffed?
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, hold on, guys.
Yeah, let me make sure they stay here.
Let me just set you up with a metal I-beam to take with you guys.
Yes. Yeah, I thought again, it's so short, it's not really too much of a spoiler, but I thought the best part of that book was when the dude was like, I gotta tell Superman something. And Superman's like, I'm all ears. He goes, there was something that happened not that long ago, and you saved my aunt, so I want to say thank you. So you had a criminal that just got busted that's been tied up in a freaking guardrail, it looks like, and he's like, thank you, Superman. And then it's just Superman making some saves. Like, again, I thought this is going to be a great reintroduction, and I love the costume. I think the S might be a little too big. They brought the trunks back, so people that like the trunks, he has the trunks. Me, I could take him or leave him now. I used to be hardcore. He has to have trunks until the new 50 or the rebirth version of him didn't have trunks. I was like, okay, I like that. And now they brought the trunks back, so I like the suit though. So I'm really excited for this one. Okay, let's see. This is the last one. I don't know if any of us read this one. I just threw it on here. But did anybody get the Snow Monkey?
I got it, but I did not read it. No.
Okay.
I didn't get that one. They didn't have it.
So while I didn't read this one, I was going through some of my older Free Comic Book Day stuff that I had in my list on League, and I was like, actually, we've gotten Snow Monkey before. I wish I could remember what the damn book was about, but I think for God, somewhere around had it been 2022 or 23, or maybe even last year. I can't remember, but I haven't read this either. I'm excited to read it though whenever I do get a chance because I'm a big Red 5 comics fan. They got a lot of cool stuff. It's one of those little known companies. And unfortunately, I was trying to get a guest on. He wasn't able to make it. Totally fine, Scott. But I wanted to talk about this. But before I do, Nope, did you get to read the Periwinkle Saga stuff?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep, I finished that right before. That's why I was late, essentially.
Okay.
Was that a Free Comic Book Day too?
It
No,
wasn't, but
it just came out this week digitally.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Before we move on, then,
Yeah.
did anybody read the Will Eisner Free Comic Book Day?
Not yet.
I was going to, but it's like a newspaper. I can't see any of it because I've always been curious. All I know about him is the Eisner Award. So I was actually just curious what it was all about. I can't read it.
Well, I'll tell you what, before we get to the next thing, I will be right back. So talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back.
Oh man, leave me with
Jay
this
is such a weirdo. I mean, he just leaves for no. No, I'm just kidding.
guy.
Stop, Nope.
What's happening?
What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I don't know.
God.
I finally got that other microphone working, so I don't have to feel
Well,
like
that's a
I'm
good
yelling. I don't know what
That's
the
a
hell
good thing.
happened with it, but no, the other
Yeah,
one that I
it
read
sounded like
was-
you were 20 feet from it.
yeah, well, it was coming out of that camera. It was the only microphone that I could get working for a minute, but I had to do some switchery, like the old ladies with the switchboards and the mic and the phones. I had to do that with some USBs and actually put the microphone back into the computer directly versus on the splitter. I think that was the issue.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's powered and it needed to have the direct
I
connect.
think that's what it is. Which I feel like any other time I plugged it directly into the computer, it just hooked right up, no problem. But
I'm sure you watched Christmas Vacation, right?
Uh
When you mentioned that, I pictured that closet where he had all the little things plugged in and the lights
Mhm.
weren't working. That's what I was picturing coming out of your computer.
No, it's really not that bad. And I said it the other night in chat that most of my stuff is all off one outlet, but it's really what I mean is one outlet on the wall, two separate plug outlets. I have a surge protector that has like all of my gaming stuff and TV on that, and then I have another surge protector that basically, set up for all my computer stuff. So it's nothing crazy. I'm not really going to burn the house down, I hope.
So while he's gone, what was your favorite Free Comic Book Day book? Was there one that
I think the Gundam one, just because I haven't been in that, sector in so long and haven't watched that show. But from what I remember of the show, that was literally a shot for shot of the first episode.
See, I
And
didn't even know it was a show. I just know that they started selling models. So I thought it was just like a Japanese model. I didn't realize there was shows and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it even said on the cover that that's like the 30. I'm guessing it's 30 years that's been out now.
Wow.
But yeah, it was a good show. I think there's only like 49 episodes total for that whole show because I had it on something at some point, and I remember the count for whatever reason. But no, it was a good show.
Cool.
And especially if that Robotech show sounds almost identical to it, this is take that and then throw the Star Wars Rebellion kind of stuff in there, and you might get what this is.
Gotcha.
Essentially.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I loved Robotech when I was a teenager. He's back. We're talking about him.
Must have got some good food or something like that.
Probably. Jenna probably brought him home some ribs or some yummy stuff. Or
it's almost 11 o'clock. It's usually when she brings him food.
Oh, he had to fill his cup up with the vodka.
Yes, the mellow yellow.
The Red Bull.
Yeah. Mellow yellow vodka.
Ooh, that sounds dangerous.
Almost like a screwdriver.
An energetic drunk. Yeah. What's that Red Bull drink? I can't remember what it's called, but they make it with Red Bull.
Jaeger bomb?
Yes. Oh my God. I used to get so lit on those when I was in college. Oh.
Or Vegas bomb.
What's that one?
Red Bull and shoot, I can't remember what that one's mixed with, but it's not Jaeger's the other one, obviously, Jaeger bomb. But if you don't like the black licorice thing, I forget what this one had in it.
I love licorice. I know I'm a minority.
What is it? Jaeger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just love black licorice in general.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid, that was what our candy treat was. I love black licorice. Good and plenty. Once upon a time, there was an engineer. Choo Choo Charlie was his name, I hear. Sorry, I can go on, but I won't. He had a little engine and he sure had fun. He used good and plenty candy to make the engine run. You better start talking, Jay, or I'll sing the whole damn song.
Crown Royal peach schnapps and cranberry juice.
Ooh.
Is that what it is?
Crown Royal and cranberry juice?
That's what it says, Vegas bomb.
I've never had it with any kind of cherry stuff in there.
Interesting.
But maybe it is just whiskey and Red Bull.
That's top shelf whiskey there.
Yeah, well, I know they're cheap, or they're not cheap. I remember getting a bill for the Vegas bomb because I was just like, oh, okay, yeah, that was good. Get me another one.
Were you in Vegas?
No.
Oh, I was gonna say it's probably really bad.
No, it was here, but I remember looking at the bill and I was like, $10 per no, oh my goodness, I had like 4 of those. But
I used to do Jaeger bombs a lot when I was in college, and it was one of those things where if I was sitting down and partying, it was great, and then you'd stood up. It was like, sit back down. Because the stupid Red Bull would give you like, but then the Jaeger was like, don't. But I loved them.
Right, you're not feeling like you're used to feeling when having that much alcohol.
Right, exactly. No, not bedtime.
Where are we going?
Okay, now he's lighting a doobie. Jay's getting all comfy. Vodka doobie. I know it's your vape pen.
Yeah.
In my world, it's vodka and a doobie. Deal with it.
You know another reason how I knew I was getting a little bit up there in age.
Oh God! Don't do this to me. Why?
The last time I had tree, I thought I was gonna have some trees.
What the hell are you talking about?
Eddie doesn't know that vernacular. Okay. Last time I smoked some grass.
Oh, you guys call it tree? I have never heard that before.
I felt like I was going to have a heart attack. I was hearing sirens, like everything was free. I got paranoid. I'd never been like that before.
Yeah, and there's different strains you can get that will give you different reactions like that. Some will make you more paranoid than the others.
I had never tried weed or tree in my entire life
Smoking trees.
until I was told to try a gummy to help me sleep by the doctor. And I think I told you that story before.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you weren't supposed to eat the whole thing. And I ate the whole thing because it was a peanut butter cup about that big. And the next day I read the pack on the other one and it said take 1/20th of it. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
And how are you supposed to measure that?
Yeah, exactly. Well, especially when you're a noob, you get a package with a peanut. Who the hell takes a peanut butter cup and cuts it?
Right.
Eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
That was their first mistake. Unless you give like somebody minis, like that would have been smarter to have like little mini
Mm-hmm.
peanut butter cups.
Like a pack of 20.
Yeah. Because if you give me a whole Reese's peanut butter cup, I'm gonna eat the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome
Even
to
if
my
it's
world.
king size. There's
Yeah.
4 in there. Okay.
Yeah.
They don't make these
That's
things
an-
big enough.
That's an
Well, I mean,
ongoing
all
joke
food.
with Michael and Paula on Flame of the Phoenix because I had a peanut butter cup one night during their show, and they're like, What is wrong?" And I told them. Because I told them, I'm like, if I claim My Little Ponies, ignore it. I don't want My Little Pony.
Blacked out. Jeez, Lorena.
Hey,
But
I don't doubt it.
they
It goes
weren't
down smooth, man.
they weren't Vegas bombs though.
Notice she said she didn't say she fell asleep. She said she blacked out because you can't fall asleep with that much Red Bull. You just,
You're on autopilot at that point.
pretty much. Pretty much. And this is coming from a guy who used to drink Long Island's like it was Kool-Aid. But there's something about that mixture of the energy drink with the alcohol. It's just weird and it messes with you.
Dude, that's like original Four Locos.
Yeah, the uppers and downers, and that's why they got rid of it.
Yeah.
I
I had
no idea
one
what
of
you're
those. There was an alcoholic energy drink back in the day called, well, I mean, they still have them around, but they're called Four Loco.
Yeah, they're different.
Four
recipes.
Loco?
Yes.
Never heard of
Came
that.
in like a 24-ounce can, and they
Oh,
were
wow.
like watermelons or just strawberries. They were colored whatever flavor they were supposed to be like. They were strong.
Yeah. They had to change the formula because some people who drank 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 at a time ended up like having heart attacks.
Wow.
Because of all the energy factor to it.
Yeah.
Because it
I
had
can see that.
yeah.
You know what cracks me up, and I don't want to become grandpa talking about back in the day when I walked 8 miles to school uphill in the snow.
Fighting down
But
barefooted,
yeah, barefoot,
carrying your
both
brother on your
ways,
back.
both ways. But yeah, when I was young, I used to pound Mountain Dew like crazy because I worked the third shift at the factory, and then I had to go right from my factory job, take a shower, go to college, go to my classes. I was pounding Mountain Dew left and right. Now, because I haven't had caffeine in a while, it's one of the things I've been cutting down on. I had a half a glass of Mountain Dew the other day. I was ready to go build a house. I couldn't sit down. I'm like, how the hell did I ever drink cases of this stuff and not die? So it's just crazy how you build like a tolerance to it. Because I would go through like a 12-pack a night when I was at the factory, just slamming them. And I had half a cup. I bought a Diet Dew because I was feeling groggy. I'm like, I'm gonna have a cup of Dew. Holy crap! I was wired. I'm like, how did I ever drink cases of this crap?
See, I hear stories like that, and I worked overnight for 18 or 19 of my 22-year career at my job. So it was Monsters all night, but
Oh,
Monsters never gave me energy. I just like the way they taste. So we would go to like not Costco, We have another like Sam's Club. We have Costco's down here, but we also have Sam Club.
Yeah, we have
Which is where
Sam's
you
up here too.
Yeah, you buy in bulk, right?
Yep.
So I would get 24 pack of green monsters. And especially like when I started working here, I would drink 4 or 5 a day. Never had any energy. I just like the way they taste. Now, I don't drink that much anymore. Like, and this is kind of recent. And I'm just like, man, I was going through too many monsters, so I kind of settled down a little bit with those. Like I'll have one every once in a while, but I've never gotten quite the buzz I've ever gotten from an energy drink than I have when I had a Four Loko one time. One can. And it's a very weird, you're wired, but just like like Nope said earlier, they were strong.
Well, I can see where that would cause heart problems if you're getting wired and groggy at the same time, especially if you take 6 off.
You couldn't like the taste of those things either. Like the tastes were not great. I feel like they had like those fruit, it's what they said they were supposed to be, but they were anything but. You take one drink and it was nothing but alcohol taste. Like you couldn't pick out what kind.
Did it taste like it came out of a cat's asshole?
Oh, it was. Yeah, it was one of those like people were drinking those things to get drunk. They weren't drinking them just because they enjoyed them.
Sorry, I had to throw a Reacher reference in there.
I feel like that was one of those that it was like super cheap and they had a high alcohol content. So that's why a lot of people got them.
Yeah.
That sounds like you're talking about Boone's Farm.
Or
People
like
used to buy that junk.
Like what Lorena was saying, Rumplemints.
Never
That's
heard
some
of it.
good stuff. If you guys haven't had that,
Never heard of
it's
it.
100 proof peppermint schnapps.
Ooh, good.
Sounds like absinthe.
So good.
And that's how Lorena went to multiple bars and doesn't know how she got back to her room.
Mm-hmm.
That makes total sense now.
Plenty of times that same thing. Drinking for the night, and then it's like, you guys want a Rumplemint shot? And then after that, that's when the night just kind of takes off.
I used to live in an apartment complex that had a bar attached to our parking lot. That was not good. Because I would go there watching hockey, and I got to be friendly with the bartenders. They were girls, and I got to be friendly with quite a few of them, and they knew what I liked, and they knew I tipped good, and I'd go there to watch hockey or whatever. Between my apartment and the bar was like this swampy ditch. Okay, well, I always walked to the bar because I knew I wasn't going to drive home. I woke up in mud, like up to my chest one morning. I'm like, oh crap, I'm in the swamp. And I got my head spinning. I'm sitting there, it's quicksand. I'm going to die. And it was just, it was only like maybe 2-3 foot deep, but I was laying down and I couldn't feel any part of my body because I was that lit.
Just picturing you falling asleep, standing up. And then by the time you woke up, that's how much you sank.
Oh, God.
That was a learning moment.
As a kid, I thought quicksand was going to be more of a problem as I got older.
Right.
Oh, no kidding. Because it was in like every episode. I was scared to death of walking alone in the woods or something for quicksand.
Oh. Well, folks, we're done with the free comic book day reviews, talking about them. I did have one more book I just want to talk about. There would be no spoilers on this. I just want to talk. Scott couldn't make it. Scott Wilkie, the writer of this one, we drank more than half a.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've been there.
Wow.
What a trooper. Damn.
Yeah, and that stuff is not, that's not to be trifled with, that Rumplemints. I got a bottle that I've had for years at this point.
What does it taste like?
Peppermint.
Peppermint schnapps.
Yeah, it's just peppermint schnapps. It's strong, but you barely even taste it. Like you could take a shot, and if you put it in the freezer, that's the best. You keep it chilled in the freezer or even in the fridge, and that shot will go down so smooth. It's delicious. So good.
So
Sorry, Jay.
no, you're good. So he writes
Lorena's fault.
much. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Lorena, it's your fault.
Mhm.
Stop. Tangent time.
Boss though. That's pretty boss. So he writes the saga he calls the Periwinkle saga, and he's written a lot of stuff. Undercity Tales, Dead and Moon. He's got a bunch of stuff. Bobby Joe, bunch of stuff under his belt. But the Periwinkle saga started off with Krampus and Belschnickel got together with
How do I not know about this?
some elves, and
What the
fuck with
hell?
Santa. Oh my goodness! See, now I can't talk about this book now because that'll spoil it. So I won't. Just know this is a team up between Krampus, Belschnickel, and some of Santa's elves against Santa Claus.
Just take my damn money already.
I gotta see if Scott will send me a PDF or something that I can send to you because I don't think I have a digital copy of that one. If I do, I'll make sure I put it in the drive so you can read it.
So that's separate from Periwinkle, even
What's that?
the story you're talking about right now.
No.
is this-
That is Periwinkle.
You're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
laugh your butt off, but when you guys were talking about Periwinkle, I thought you were talking about Batman's butler. Isn't his last name Periwinkle or something like that?
Pennyworth.
Pennyworth.
Pennyworth. Okay, I was thinking it was Alfred.
No.
Hey, not a big DC guy.
this
I've
is-
admitted it before.
This is an elf getting revenge on other elves and Belschnickel and Krampus.
Oh my God! Just take my money. I'm gonna have another mortgage.
Um,
How many books of these are there?
okay,
One.
so when Periwinkle first came out, it was just a hardcover. It was just a trade kind of thing. So far, there's Periwinkle, there's Cupid, there's Frost, and then there's going to be another one called O'Hare. And it's all set in this Periwinkle saga, this galaxy. I won't say it for you, Ed. This
Thank you.
galaxy of that's Christmas, Valentine, Old Man Winter, I guess, December, I don't know. And then like Easter and New Year, because there's a baby New Year in the O'Hare one. So it's this kind of, and it's all connected. Starts with Periwinkle, goes to Cupid, stuff that happens because of stuff that happened in Periwinkle trickles down to these two other stories.
Is it cutesy funny, haha, or is this an
no.
Ed book?
No. Hold
No.
on just a second. Hold on.
You'll love
So
them.
this is an Ed book.
Yo, definitely. All three of them, I think. Because in the second one, not to give any, in Cupid, should I say, not the second one, but in
Good
Cupid,
night, Lorena.
in Cupid, you get the boogeyman as part of it too.
Ooh, nice.
Bro, the boogeyman in that, the design is cool
Hilarious.
at first, but then when you get to the end, whew,
Makes so
Lorena,
much more
post
sense.
pictures.
Wow. Yeah, I'm definitely
It's
interested.
good. Yeah, but I read it today. That's what I was talking about earlier. Need to try and
Me.
read them all.
We'll do. Is that the one I want to do half screen? Yeah, we'll
For
do that.
some
one.
reason, I was thinking Alfred. Oh, that's dope. Pretty
Yes.
cool.
Lots of violent things happen in these stories. Like Cupid is a hitman for hire. I think so's Frost.
I don't know. Cupid's not a hitman for a hire. He's a
Bounty hunter?
no, not a bounty hunter. He basically a love guru, so to say.
Hmm.
You can pay him to, or at least that's what I took. I didn't really get another job description because that's what the one guy, what's his name? The guy that he owes money to.
Yeah.
Whatever love potion. That's what he was trying to get his money back for because it didn't work.
I just
And-
remember him killing people. Like that's the main takeaway I got from that was Cupid killing people.
Is Frost like Jack Frost?
Yes. Yes. Jack Frost is a hitman.
He is
Uh,
the hit.
Oh,
But
that
I
sounds
think-
awesome.
I think Cupid was basically like a downtrodden. He's got a problem, you know, kind of like a gambler. He owes people money, and you know, he gangs up with, you know, a couple other mythical creature characters that you know, like Tooth Fairy and the Boogeyman, to go and get money that he
sounds like
owes.
so much fun.
The Tooth Fairy. I almost forgot about the
Mhm.
Tooth Fairy. The
Oh, he's
Tooth Fairy.
hilarious.
So dope in that book too. Oh, Ed, I gotta see, man. If I got digitals, I'm gonna send them to you. It's
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, I got to get a taste of this one. It sounds good.
I'll show you.
Yeah,
Not
because
sure if this is the cover I got, but it's the one I pulled for Frost.
did you ever
Well, that-
see that movie?
What is that behind him?
That's Old Man Winter.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But did you ever see that movie where it was basically like all the
Hugh Jackman is the Easter Bunny.
yeah, and then you had the Klaus version of Santa Claus.
The Guardians.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a good one. I like
That's
that.
it's kind of like if you take that movie and you make it adult
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
put
just take my
factors
damn money. Just
And-
take
and
my
in-
money.
In this one, again, it's not a spoiler because he's a hitman. I've never seen so many kick-ass kills with ice before.
Mhm. Yeah, and they do really good. As
Is
far as,
that an icicle covered in blood that he's got?
Yes.
yes, he basically can conjure up knives and swords.
Oh, and I see it's bad bug too.
Yep.
You guys are really turning me on to this bad bug stuff.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I have yet to find a book from them that I didn't think was great,
all
especially
Jay's
the book
fault.
like this. Yeah, that's true. Hey, I'll take that, man.
Hashtag blame Jay.
Yeah.
Right.
What's funny is Alan, who he's half of the writing team behind Pocus Hocus, and he's going to be on that I Need Your Skin with Joey.
And Horace.
Yeah, and Horace. He's said before, he goes, "You guys are like our first fans." It's like, that's awesome. Like, I'm glad people are discovering them because these are books. They say it themselves. They make the books you didn't know you want.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, Ed, if I can find out from Sean, I want to say Midnight Highway is in color, and I think you dig Midnight Highway from Bad Bug. That's Mike Teener, the guy, like the head of Bad Bug. That's his book that he does.
Interesting.
Because Mike's a writer too. So between me and Sean, we've got pretty much the whole catalog one way or another.
Cool.
But they're all really good. Like really good. Like them, Comics Tribe, and Garrett. And I think Garrett kind of has his own label now called Four Color Fiends. But even Garrett stuff too is just, those are three folks that when people ask me, you know, what's some of your favorite comics? Those are the people I point to.
You had me at Krampus. So.
Oh, and it's a sexy Krampus too.
What?
Krampus shouldn't be that sexy. He's a good looking dude for the demon.
Okay.
Like they made hot Krampus.
Hot Krampus. That needs to be a dish or a drink.
Hot Krampus.
Me a hot Krampus.
Yeah, dude. I think you'd really enjoy. Like, I'm pretty sure I have digitals for this stuff. You get a chance, read them, and if you want to read them like one at a time, put some space between them. Cool. If you want to read them all at once, because like I said, Periwinkle is like, for some reason, Periwinkle's the only volume one so far. Like, it's not a big volume either. It's one of those. I can't remember how many pages, but it's like, it's a complete story too. I like this weapon. I gotta tell you this. This weapon that he has is, you know, those poles that usually they show at the North Pole, the striped poles that they put in the ground.
Mhm.
Nah, it's okay.
Just looking out for you, brother.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. If I got 'em.
I'm listening. You got my
Yeah.
attention.
Um, they have those, and then it's a piece of Santa's sleigh, like
The track.
there you go. It's a piece of that, and then like wrapped in tinsel, and that's the weapon he uses.
Oh, that is so dope.
Yeah. Yes, 100%. Like that, the whole thing, and then like I said, he keeps adding. He's gonna keep adding. So we're at Easter. He's got other characters within the books too that he could probably spin off from. Like we were saying in Frost, it was or not Frost in Cupid. He's teaming with the Boogeyman and Tooth Fairy, and when they say the Boogeyman, it's the literal Boogeyman, like everybody's Boogeyman.
Mhm.
So there's one part, tiny spoiler, where they're breaking into this building, and they get surrounded by this team of like the guards or whatever, and the Boogeyman basically calls out one of the guards' names because he knows him because he was his Boogeyman when he was a kid.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's
That sounds like it's right up my alley.
oh, like I said, the whole thing is great. Like, and again, you know, I got to interview them, not only for this for my channel. My goodness, it's been a long time though. But I did for the experience. I got to interview. I want to say it was Mike, Scott, and Allen. I got to do an experience interview with them, just talking about their stuff and ask them random questions. But they're all so awesome and down to earth. Like we've been to Virginia and visited Allen and Will. Will's his writing partner on Pocus and Grandma Chainsaw. So again, just like whenever I can push them on people, that's exactly what I do. I'm like, hey, check this out. Just like with Garrett, anything, Garrett's another one. Like, there's nothing Garrett's done where I'm like, that could have been better. I'm like, no, please give me more.
I don't know that I know Garrett either.
Yeah, so Garrett, let's see, things that he's done. Warcorns that I talk about a lot. Good Boy, which is the reverse John Wick story where the dog's the one that lives and John's the one that's killed.
Mhm.
So it's like an even more hardcore John Wick story with an anthropomorphic dog. He's done Cold Dead Hands, which is about I want to say an assassin's son that gets his hands chopped off and his hands are replaced with like skilled assassin's hands, but it's from a cadaver. So they're like all rotten and stuff. That one's pretty fun. Franklin and Ghost is another series he does. He was going to have a cartoon done with Billy Bob Thornton, wanted to voice the character of Ghost.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's got a lot. Like I was on his Patreon for a little while. When we moved, we kind of had to drop off. But
that's a pay per month thing, right?
Yeah, we were on a tier to where it was like an exclusive cover.
Oh wow!
Stickers, a medal. So I got a medal every month. Little Red Ronin. See, he has his own little universe because there's Little Red Ronin, Giant Killer Jack.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. So it's like a fairy tale. Is it fairy tales? Yeah, basically fairy tale universe he has within everything else that he does.
Huh. Interesting.
But his Patreon, we were on one where we got a metal ash can or a cover every month. So for less than the price of some metals you find on certain shows, you would get a metal cover, an exclusive cover, sometimes signed, prints. Like it was definitely worth. It was definitely worth the money because metals themselves go from anywhere from $50 to $90 some places.
You know that guy you were going to have on tonight?
Mm-hmm.
What was his name again?
Scott Wilkie.
I'm actually friends with him on Facebook.
Are you?
I knew the name sounded familiar. Yeah, he's all him and I are always like posting these dumbass jokes. But I didn't know he was a. I guess I never talked to him.
That sounds like Scott.
It might be a
Yeah.
different Scott Wilk, but
Well, it's Scott Wilkie.
right. I think it Wilke.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me. I got to do the grandpa thing here.
See if we're mutuals.
What?
See if we're mutual friends.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm doing, brother.
Okay.
Scott Wilkie, digital creator at Scotty Doo, writer at Badbug. It's got to be him.
Yep.
33 mutual friends, including Jennifer Burns. So, yeah.
Yep.
That's hilarious. Okay.
And like I say, I told them, I was like, if you can join tonight, cool. If not, for some folks, because can't remember the time zone in the part of the world he lives in. It's the United States. I just can't remember where. Said if not, it's cool because we're gonna have him on eventually anyway because Sean loved Frost so much. He's like, dude, I've already asked Scott if he'll do a live fan cast with us or something. Like Sean's already cast this book. And I was like, man, they've all been good. He goes, I know, but there's something about. And when I read it today, I was like, I'm not going to say it's the best out of the three, but I am going to say it's really damn good.
Oh, we're not friends. I'm just following him.
Oh, okay.
So that's why we've never talked. Interesting. I'm going to try to add him now and see if he'll accept me. Oh, man, you had me hooked with Krampus. I can't quit thinking about that.
I mean, I was like, man, not only did you use Krampus, but you dug down and grabbed Belschnickel too?
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah.
You know, it was funny because my dad used to tell stories about Belschnickel to freak out my nieces and nephews to make them behave. Because he'd tell them that Belschnickel would come instead of Santa Claus. And I was like, Dad, aren't you thinking of Krampus? No, I'm talking about Belschnickel. Like, okay. So then he started telling me a little bit about it. And I was like blown away because you got to remember, I was like 9, 10.
Yeah.
Because my dad died when I was young. I never forgot that name. And then one year, because I had one nephew that was just misbehaving nonstop, he got friends from work to come to play Santa. And he brought a Belschnickel. And he's like, is Roddy around? And Roddy took the hell off. And my jaw was dropped because I didn't recognize these people. I mean, I knew when Dad would play Santa, and I knew when one of our uncles, I could tell. I didn't know these people. And I'm like, oh my God, he got the real one and Belschnickel's here.
That's awesome. The only reason I know about Belschnickel is because of The Office. Because
never watched it.
Yeah, there's a character on there named Dwight that dresses up as Belschnickel instead of Santa.
That's funny.
And we have a Funko Pop of that because I love that show so much. It's one of those shows that while it was on, I didn't watch it, but after like 3 or 4 years after it ended, I was bored one night at work and I was watching Netflix on my phone, and the episodes were only like 20 minutes long, 22 minutes. So I started watching them at work on my breaks.
Yeah.
And they got hooked on watching it. And it's one of those shows, The Office is just one of those shows to where it's cringe and awkward humor. It's based off of a BBC show called The Office.
Yep. I've heard of it. I've just never watched it.
Yeah.
Before
first-
we stop though,
Mm-hmm.
there's 2 more free comic book day books I'd like to talk about.
Okay.
So just before we stop, doesn't have to be right now. Is Nope done, or is he coming back? Or
Well, he might have had to take dogs out or something.
oh yeah, doggies. Because well, are you done talking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, 2 more free comic book day books that I want to give a little love to you. Conan. I don't normally read Conan. In fact, I've never read Conan. But of all the comic books that were given away for free comic book day, this one gives you the most bang for your buck. This is a full comic. This isn't like a 2-page teaser. From front to
wow.
back, it's all Conan. And it's an introduction to a new Conan. So if you read and follow Conan and it's a regular of yours, look for Scourge of the Serpent because it looks really cool.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know anything about the Conan comic, but this was a great read. And the whole book is a comic. It's not just a little thing to get you drooling. It actually tells you a good story. And the other one, The Mighty Nine.
That was the one I wanted to put on the list while Lorena was here, and I totally forgot about it.
This is a great one because it's got the Vox Machina crew in the first half.
Oh,
And it's
it does
about,
say Critical Role at the top.
yep. And it's about 2 new people that are trying to find the Vox Machina crew to help them find this other thing that I don't want to spoil. But it's great. If you like Vox Machina, if you watch Vox Machina, if you've read any of the Vox Machina books or any of the Critical Role books, you got to get this one. Now, at the end, though, there's this really weird freaking story, and I don't know if anybody has heard of this before. I had not. The Black Hammer is the second part of it, and it's like a superhero type thing.
Oh, there's a whole Black Hammer universe.
Yeah.
Of course there is, and you had to say it that way, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
I had never heard of Black Hammer, but I can vouch for the Vox Machina. It's just a tease. I mean, they don't give you much. But just the fact that there's another one coming out got me excited. This was a fun read. There, I'm done. Those were just the only 2 that I wanted to mention.
Hey, Lorena's back.
Nine!
Say her name
so
a few
perfect.
times. There she is.
That's so perfect. It's like it calls your name.
I have to apologize, though, Lorena. There are no SWAT stickers in it, so I apologize.
What about Z's? Are there
No Z.
not Z's in
There
that
are
book?
not. Well, there are Z's in the book, but there's not Z's. No, the Mighty Nine is what they're calling Vox Machina to screw with your head to not let you know it was Vox Machina. That's the Mighty Nine, but it's a different kind of nine.
See, as soon as you said Black Hammer, and I realized that was a Dark Horse book, that's why I was like, "Oh, okay."
I had never heard of it before. I read it; it actually wasn't that bad. But again, they put the drool one first, so then you're kind of let down because I was kind of hoping the whole book was going to be, a Critical Role Vox Machina.
Yeah.
But the Vox Machina part is very brief, but it's worth picking up because the minstrel, is that the right word? Is minstrel the right word, or is that the wrong word?
For
the Vox Machina, the guy that plays the
bard.
Yeah, the bard. That's what I said. He has a line in there that's worth picking up the book, just as usual. He's my favorite of the Vox Machina people. Yeah, get it for that one freaking panel.
Scanlan's awesome.
What?
Scanlan, I think it's his name.
Yeah. I didn't want to drop names because people don't know who they are, but he's a bard and he looks a lot like the person that's coming in eating food right now.
Hey, Jenna.
Hi, Jenna. What are you eating? What are you eating?
Payday.
A payday bar?
Did Peanut eat dinner?
Yes.
Can just stay, but he's farting a lot, so I was wondering if you could take him out. I would sit for him.
Okay.
Did she just say that you're farting too much?
Oh Jesus!
That's what I heard. I'm not being a dumbass. I totally heard her whisper, I think you're farting too much.
At least it wasn't me that did that this time.
It was Han.
That made you choke?
Yeah, I know. Take your dog outside.
Okay. I shall return. Lorena says hello.
9.
Hey!
Hi.
What are you eating?
Payday.
Oh, payday.
Mm.
I got brought home a Bosnian candy, chocolate covered banana.
Wow, I've never heard of that.
Han will only poop for Jay, so that's why Jay needs to take him out.
Thank you for sharing that with me. I will never let him forget that now.
Nope, I can't do that on camera.
Jay gives my dog the shits.
Jesus Christ. Got it from both ends coming right now. Oh
Ew. Literally?
No, oh my God.
Man.
You guys were saying something funny. Jay was saying something funny. It was ha-ha all around.
I know, hon. I'm just messing. Looks like
And
you
talk
got
about
a
poop. She makes a joke about coming out of both ends. So.
Yeah. Oh, you almost got her. Oh, no, you almost got her.
No, bad. Oh, my
put your
God.
hand up. Put your hand up, man. High five.
No, bad. Oh, my God.
I thought for sure we were about to see bubbles out the nose.
No. What's my shirt say? So it's from an American anime called Ruby, RWBY. It's a character named Penny, and she says, I am combat ready. And she always says it in the most like, she's like, hi, I'm Penny, and I am combat ready. And then she just like destroys half a planet. It's great. She has this power where she has like swords that come out behind her, and she can just use them. Like, it's fun. I love it. And so I got it. And I think they're on their 8th or 9th season now of Ruby. The original creator passed, but he left an entire timeline of what he wanted to happen for it to his fiance at the time. It was a surprise. Nobody knew it was coming. Like when he passed, it was just out of nowhere. He just I can't exactly remember what it was from, but it was like they thought it was just a cold. And then he had to go to the hospital, and then he was dead like 2 days later. It was insane. It was absolutely insane.
Wow.
But it used to come on Rooster Teeth, who also does Red versus Blue, or also have the rights to it. So you guys are both up north-ish, aren't you?
He's in St. Louis. I'm in Michigan.
Okay. So my dad is from Minnesota. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I need help finding. He sent me when he went up there to go visit my grandma, his mom, for a couple of weeks, and he sent me this candy bar, and I thought it was called like a nut log. Like I was like, it was super duper or something like that. But it's like a payday, but not salted. And I need more of it. I need somebody to tell me because the packaging was like red, and that's all I remember. And I need it more. And where can I find that? And what does anybody know what it is?
A nut log.
Oh, darn it.
Do you know what she's talking about? Nope.
It sounds familiar. Hold on.
Nut
I
log.
wish I could find
That's
it
like the best
again.
name for a candy bar ever.
But it was like
Salted
nuggets. It was nugget, and then it was peanuts, and it was only very lightly salted, not as salty as like payday, because payday is salty.
Salted nut roll.
Salted nut roll?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it was called, dear?
I think it was because I made a joke.
Oh yeah, that came right up. I have never heard of or seen these before. Oh hell! They just renamed them. They sell those all the time.
Yes, that's it.
At Christmas. They sell those all the time around here at Christmas, but they're not called that.
I've never seen them. I've never payday is the closest thing. Everything else is covered in chocolate around here. Until my dad sent me those. Huh?
Walmart.com sells them.
Yeah, that's wrong.
DollarTree.com sells them too. For
okay, well now that I know the name, now I know what to go search. Like now I know what to like
Looks like you might be able to get a whole box of them for $13.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it's by Pearson.
I am never gonna
Company.
lose weight. Working out means
Oh,
nothing.
Lord.
Eating healthy means nothing.
I swear to God, I'm 8 years old. So I click on it, and they say, now introducing king size nut roll. And yeah, that just, yeah. What you eating there? I'm having
Oh
a
my
king
God.
size nut roll. All right.
Oh God, Lord, save me. Oh my God.
Have you tried the chocolate covered paydays?
Oh, they're
I
God, they're
don't-
so good.
Okay.
Mm.
I don't normally like chocolate, especially here in the US. It's very chalky to me.
It is a little bit of a different chocolate, but I mean it is still American, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not Cadbury, but
I love Cadbury. Cadbury's making a huge comeback around here
Cadbury's always been popular up here.
because it went away for a minute and now it's come back, and it fills me with joy.
Their eggs are disgusting, but I like their chocolate.
You mean the eggs with the hazelnut little nuts in them, and it's like the big.
Kinder.
Oh, I'm thinking of Kinder eggs. Sorry.
No, I'm talking about the ones that have like white cream with yellow cream and try to look like an egg, and they're just so sugar. They're gross.
did you know that
Uh-oh.
the whole Hershey's thing was basically like a race, and he came up with a digestible or a good enough milk chocolate to sell to America and everything, because nobody here in America had tried milk chocolate before.
Really?
So
That
tried
makes
it
a
over
lot
in
more
Europe.
sense.
And then over here, that's why it tastes so different, because he wanted it to be different enough. And then he sold the hell out of it. And then we all got used to how that tastes. And then that's why Hershey's is the way that it is.
It's
But
disgusting.
that's why
The Cadbury M&Ms that they put out at Easter. Oh my God, I love those things.
I don't know that I've ever had those.
They're not called M&Ms. I'm just saying that's what they are.
Oh, just a
They're
little chocolate
candy
covered,
coated
candy
little
coated.
chocolate M&Ms.
Oh, I don't ever
Like-
get
like-
those. I
like
get
They're by
Kinder.
Cadbury, and
Robin-
they're so good.
Okay, because there's like robin eggs that are like that
Those
have
are
the
gross.
thin layer.
Yeah, those one
Must
Cadburys
be
that
too
have
bad
like
for
I know, and they're
size.
gross.
I'm not into those.
The Reese's Pieces eggs are my favorite.
Okay, I do love Reese's Pieces.
Oh, I can't stand the chocolate in those.
It's the peanut butter. It's all peanut butter.
I love anything Reese's.
I love peanut butter.
The peanut butter is what I meant. I was
Yeah.
reading chocolate.
Wait,
It's
wait,
just
whoa,
candy-coated
whoa,
peanut
whoa,
butter,
Eddie,
right?
you don't like peanut butter?
Not in those. No,
Okay.
I hate
Like
the
Reese's peanut butter.
Reese's Pieces. I love the
Oh.
cups, but the Reese's
Oh.
Pieces, there's something about them I don't like.
It's
Don't
like
be
a
alarmed,
slightly-
Lorena. I just sent you something.
Oh no. What have you sent her?
Did I not share it to you either? I don't think I did. Damn it. Hold on.
He needs a new phone. I was looking up new phones for him earlier, but dear Lord, he's quite the snob. He wants only the like Motorola phones.
Okay, they're called Cadbury mini eggs, but there's
They
no
love
cream
those.
in them. It's candy covered Cadbury chocolate, and
I think I've
they're
had
my
those.
favorite.
I like Kinder. Kinder is my favorite, and I'm still very upset that
You
we
like
can't
Kinder?
get
What?
Kinder. K-I-N-D-R. No, Kinder eggs, Kinder Buenos, Kinder. Like I really enjoy Kinder.
Never heard
You
of
know,
them.
the Kinder eggs where it's got like hazelnut and chocolate, and I think it's from the UK or something.
Usually has a toy.
Yeah, it's got a toy inside of it. No, wait, they're banned now.
I was
they're
gonna
banned.
say that sounds like a choking hazard.
Hold on.
Yeah.
They were here when I was younger, but then they got
Wonderful.
banned, and then they brought them back as like two separate halves now,
Wonderful.
where it's like a cream.
Wonderball.
Never-
No,
No.
it's not like Wonderball at all.
Look,
Look it up.
Look, I'm trying to
Okay, you're trying to what? Trying to what?
type it in there.
You have a computer in front of you.
Oh, I don't I?
There's
Oh,
this thing
German.
called
That's why
Google.
it's so good.
You want to show that one?
Yeah, you can show. That's the new one.
Okay.
That's what they look like now.
Here we go, folks.
Jay's gonna show you.
Share screen.
See, the Kinder Buenos are my favorite.
I have never seen or heard of those before.
And then the Kinder Joy eggs, the ones that are there now. So it's in half, and it has like a little bitty like spoon with it, and it's got like 2 little hazelnut chocolates, and then it's got like a white chocolate, and then you just like scoop it out and eat it. But before, I'm trying to see. Let me see if I can find the original Kinder Egg. There it is. This is what I grew up on. Whoops. I don't know what I'm doing. Here we go. This is what I grew up on. This is what I liked.
Oh, so it was actually a plastic egg inside of it.
No,
No,
that's candy.
it's candy.
And then there was like a little pill that looked like that had the toy inside of it.
Looks like it's a depository.
People were eating those.
I guess it was a choking hazard that something happened.
You think?
These are the best candies, though.
Look here,
These right
man.
here are the best.
If you know there's a pill that big inside your candy, you still choke on it. That's just selection. Man.
Yeah, because these
Yeah,
are the
I mean,
size of like you can't close your fists. Like you put it in your hand, and how do I get rid of this?
Yeah, I mean, who's fitting a whole egg inside their mouth
Stop sharing. Okay.
as a kid?
Yeah, so it's like the size of an egg.
Well,
They used to be.
no.
They used to be.
Aw.
They're not worried about the
Oh my
adults.
god.
Well, because I'm thinking about when I was a kid, it was a handful of dirt and put my whole fist in my mouth to eat the dirt.
You need a special kind of Jesus I can't help you with.
I need Jesus.
You need a Jesus.
They don't mean it, Lord. They don't mean
They
it.
have frozen faces on screen, dear. Oh goodness. Did I say something crazy?
Yeah, I'm trying not to. You are opening so many doors for me, and I'm trying not to run through them.
That's my go-to phrase whenever I'm driving, especially Houston drivers. I'm like, y'all need a special kind of Jesus I can't help you with.
See, she doesn't leave like a crack in the door open. She takes the damn thing off the hinges.
I would just
Oh,
bust
I
down the
know.
door, just kick it open.
That's why I
You
missed
get
her
the
being
weird
on the
out.
sales shows.
You can square dance through it. Oh,
And I
because
guarantee you,
drivers
if
are the
they did
worst.
sell that up here, no one would call it that.
what, Kenders?
It'd be called Kinder. I guarantee they'd be calling them Kinder.
It's kind of egg, kind of chocolate.
Oh my god! But it
I
is as we
guarantee
saw,
it.
it's from Germany. It's German.
What'd you say?
That's why it
Nope.
tastes good.
I said it's just better. It's kinder.
It's better because it's Kinder.
It's a kind of chocolate.
Used to be called Kinder Surprise, is what the eggs.
I
used to
bet
be
it was a
called.
surprise.
Well, yeah, it was the kid. The toy was the surprise.
That's probably why they put a suppository in this chocolate.
Oh my god! And now I wish I could find one of the eggs what they look like now open. Like,
Oh,
because right
so
now
many
they have
opportunities.
little mini mystery pops right now.
Mystery what?
Little mini pops. Like there's Harry Potter and then there's the Justice League ones. Because I've been collecting them because I love these things.
Oh, you mean the vinyl pops?
Yeah, but they're
Oh,
tiny,
I thought you were
tiny to
talking
fit in
about
there with
candy.
them.
I'm like,
Mm.
what's a pop? But now I get it.
Oh, good lord. Did I find it? Oh, there it is. That's what they look like now. See how it's like in 2 halves? It's
Mhm.
disappointing to me. You can't figure out how to not eat the flippin' like it was banned for so many years. That's what they look like now. Yeah.
Well, some kid somewhere probably choked to death.
Well, that's just rude on them.
And you also need to read the worst plot ever.
Go. Nope. Go.
Come on, you already knocked my computer down like 4 times today.
That's why I keep putting stuff right there because all of that needs to go.
Oh, man. Really little battering ram. You just can't see here.
Sweet baby Jesus. You know what? I take it back. Houston is not the worst drivers. I think Atlanta is the worst drivers.
I agree with you on that. Although
And-
Chicago's pretty bad too.
Yeah. I don't think I've driven. I've been to Chicago, but I've never driven through Chicago.
My first time driving through Chicago, I had a buddy who lives out in South Dakota. He was stationed out there at the military. I was 19 or whatever. Driving through Chicago, I'm like, I'm
Okay.
going to be smart. I'm going to hit Chicago at like midnight.
That wasn't smart.
Fly right through it. Didn't think about checking any sports schedules. The White Sox and the freaking whatever the Bulls both had a home game,
Oh my god.
and I hit there. Here, everybody's doing like 90, and there's like an inch between bumpers, and I'm like on that wheel. Oh my god,
Sounds
I'm
like
gonna die!
Houston.
What are these crazy ass people doing? And then I'm driving along, and right beside me, out of the ground, Comes a freaking subway. Vroom! Scared the shit out of me. Almost caused me to swerve and hit the 90-mile-an-hour crazy people. I was like, wow.
Wait,
I
I'm
guarantee
sorry.
you. As soon
Is
as I
90 not standard on the main highways around the world, around the
not bumper
country?
to
Like,
bumper,
is that in Houston? It is.
we usually leave a car length or two.
Oh, please. That's exhausting.
You're driving 90 in Texas. you better
No,
be
that's
slow.
just
Yeah, if you're driving 90 in Texas, you better be in the slow lane.
okay.
You're down.
You will get
I
run
grew.
down.
This is Michigan. I grew up here, where all there is trees. All right.
Ice skate everywhere.
Didn't
Oh,
see
yeah.
Chicago traffic, and I sure
And
as
you
hell
ice
never
skate
saw a
everywhere.
train come out of the ground right beside me before and scare the shit out of me.
The scariest experience I've ever had driving. I drove from Lauderdale, Texas, which is over by Dallas and Athens. My stepdad and them, they have a farm out there. And I was taking some horses out to California to a ranch to do some breeding. And so here I am in this big dually truck with a trailer with about 6 or 7 horses in it, going down those mountain roads. Oh my God. I thought I was going to I was like, oh my God, this is how I die. And I mean, like 5 foot nothing woman right here, just like in a big dually truck with a long trailer full of horses, because horses don't be still. They move, especially, those mountain roads. Those mountain roads are not meant for an 18-wheeler to be coming this way and for me to be going that way. No. At one point, we actually came across a curve where there was only enough space for like one car. And I had to back up about half a mile with the truck and the trailer with the horses in it to let this 18-wheeler go. And then I got to go. And then somebody started honking at me because I was like, no. It is my turn. Okay. I'm a Southern woman and I will fight this mountain person is where I was at. And then
Mountain
I get
person.
into like, we're in LA and it's hot and there's no feeder. There's no service road. It's just like 8 lanes of nobody's moving, bumper to bumper traffic, and then they just turned onto like oh, here's a store off the main highway because there's no feeder. There's no feeder in LA.
Do you need a Xanax?
I need a moment because I saw my life flash before my eyes. I saw the horse's life flashing before their eyes.
This is why I love when she tells stories, because how animated she gets. She's like out of breath telling the story.
That's because at the time I was out of breath. I put myself, when I tell experiences, I put myself back in that moment where I'm like, dear Lord, like, because when you're on those mountains, you got to look for falling rocks. The rocks, they fall. And then that part of the side is going and falling as well. And then there's just a mountain road. There's not enough room for even a car. So what are they expecting of 18-wheelers and trucks?
I got a tangent for your tangent.
Okay.
So our dog.
Yeah.
That takes up the whole damn bed like you do. In his own bed, look where he's sleeping, on the edge of the bed.
I have driven all over this entire country, or all of this continent. I've driven through Canada as well, and to this day, I will not drive through Atlanta. I will go around it. I will not drive through it, and I refuse to ever go back to LA again for any type of driving whatsoever. Oh, I got family that want me to come see them? Nah, bruv, I'm not coming. No. You can come see me. Like, oh, but no, like, we'll pay for your airplane. I'm not going back there ever again. Plus, their tacos made me sad.
When I was younger, I was addicted to golf. And for spring break in college, I wanted to go to Myrtle Beach.
Okay.
And there was no flight there. I had to fly to Atlanta.
Okay.
So I'm like, well, I'll just rent a car in Atlanta. Yeah, that traffic was crazy. Because getting from Atlanta to Myrtle Beach, oh my God, I couldn't wait to get out of Atlanta. But yeah, nothing scared me more than that Chicago. Oh my God, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. There's a million cars going 100 miles an hour, trains coming out of the freaking ground. What the hell is happening here?
Oh my gosh, that reminds me of what? Oh God, I think it was in Boston where they like won some sort of World Series or championship or something, and they were so excited about winning, they just started like destroying their own city.
Philly, wasn't it?
Oh, Philly, you're right. You're right. Because when the Astros won here, we went nuts. Like I was working security at the time, and we were like calling police and sending out dispatching like security teams out to different properties that we were watching. And for the love of nobody actually destroyed anything, just people were drunk and everywhere. And so I sit there and think, I'm like, man, why would you destroy your own city to celebrate?
It happens.
I guess that's the place I'm never going to drive. No, thank you.
Whenever a certain fertilizer university wins anything, they burn down half their town. Lansing, Michigan. Look them up. I'm not going to say it online.
Sorry.
They're crazy. Whenever they win anything, they burn half the town down.
That's a hell of a lot of animal feed.
Yes, a hell of a lot of animal feed.
When I think of Lansing, Kansas, and thus I think of Lansing prison, maximum security prison. So now I can't think of anything else. So I'm like, what kind of school is named after a maximum security prison in the middle of the U.S.? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Actually, that's quite fitting for this place.
Wait till you find out there's more than one Paris.
Oh yeah, there is many Parises. We've got a Paris, Texas. We've got an Athens, Texas. I used to live
Cuba.
there.
Cuba's another one.
Yeah.
It occurs in a lot of places.
We have a St. Louis, Michigan, not too far from
Sure.
here.
There's just everything everywhere, isn't there?
All at once.
Well, you're going to run out of names eventually.
Except for in Texas, there's no two names the same.
Well, then that's when you take the dynamite approach and you start having ZA, ZB, Z1.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, have you seen the names of Texas like towns like Waxahachie, Nacogdoches? Like, give me another one.
Those are Indian though.
Yeah, I'm
driving through North Carolina. I'm not lying. This is absolute truth.
Okay.
Off the freeway, there is an exit that has an arrow pointing up and an arrow pointing right. And those arrows go to climax and high point. And I died laughing. I turned the hell around, re-drove back down the freeway to get a picture of that exit sign because it has an up arrow and it says high point climax. When I got back home, everybody wanted to see that picture, and I
want to see that picture.
I got it, but I'll have to scan it. It's insane. I'm like, this can't be real.
I don't think we went far enough into North Carolina for you to see that.
Oh no, we did go to Gumberry. Gumberry.
Gumberry is next to Roanoke Rapids.
I can't.
An hour, 2 hours from Charlotte.
Okay, let me tell you about. This is going to give away kind of like how small town country I actually am. Until I was about 5 or 6 years old, I lived in this town called La Rue, and the town next to it is called Pointer. And we were so small. The population of La Rue was like 20 at the time, and Pointer had a population of, I think, of like 60 or 100, that we made one school in between it, and we called it La Pointer. And it had K through 12 in a building the size of like the YMCA. And we had empty classrooms.
Nice.
That's it. That's how we name things in Texas. We're like, oh, you know what? Put the names together. Put the names together. Now it's a whole new town.
Oh, we have a town in the Upper Peninsula called Paradise. And we have a town in the Lower Peninsula, not too far from me, called Hell. And it's an ongoing joke that in one day you can drive from hell to paradise and back again.
Which is funny because we call that Brownsville here in Texas. It's right there at the very bottom of Texas.
Then we have Cut and Shoot.
Then we have Cut and Shoot right down the street. They have the biggest flea market in Texas. And I mean like the biggest flea market. People from all over the city, all over the state come to this flea market in Cut and Shoot. However, the hours for this flea market, it's during the weekends of like November, December is when they have it. And people from all over the state come to do it. However, if you are not camping on the grounds, you know you have to leave by like 4 or 4:30 because it's a sundown town, or at least it used to be a sundown town.
No, it's still something.
It's still a sundown town, and yeah. And what's great about Cut and Shoot?
Nothing.
No, there's one good thing. There's a guy out there. His name is Lefty. I love him to death. He's like family to me. But he actually runs a.
That's the one thing.
Yes, that's the one thing that's great about Cut and Shoot. And he actually runs a. He calls it his. It's the Tiger Preservation and Restoration. He actually has. He has saved tigers and pumas and. Oh my God, like jaguars and like all kinds of these like big cats. He rescues them from like circuses and these like side things, or just like somebody who grabbed him up as like a pet, tried to have him as pets. And he nurses them, and he builds giant enclosures for him. And was the last time I went out there like a decade ago, he was actually building a lab to help try and like kick off research and stuff out there. So that's pretty amazing. Lefty's awesome. And
Is
it's
he
so
missing a
fun.
hand?
Huh?
Is he missing a hand?
No.
Lefty
Guy
was
that
in a
played-
bad
or guy that deals with tigers and his name's Lefty. Sounds like a story.
Biker name.
Biker name, because he rode with us several. He rode with my grandfather, and then like Pine Tree and Playmate back in the like 70s, I want to say. His name is Lefty for another reason.
Oh, he's got that. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's why his name is Lefty.
Lefty was in a bad accident. He's all right now. You're welcome. Did
we
you
have
lose a left testiculone or something? What is
That's
this
what it
left?
sounds like.
No,
Heroin.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I think so. One nut mulligan.
No.
Oh.
I don't know how to explain it. Like, how am I allowed to say this on
Captain
camera?
Hook.
Yeah, Captain Hook.
Oh, it's bent to the left.
And I'm pretty sure he appreciates you telling that story on air.
I wasn't. Wow, it's Lefty. He loves me. I'm his favorite person on the planet, so it's okay.
This just fills my mind with so many images that are
The
inappropriate.
3 comic book day review talks and hangout have turned into.
We have a town further south called Uranus,
Nice.
and you wouldn't believe what their biggest export, I would say.
Is it
Oh.
butt plugs?
Fertilizer.
Fudge.
Fudge.
Oh,
That's priceless. Please
There's a
tell
fudge
me it's called
factory
Fudge
there.
from Uranus or something.
Oh yeah. There's a huge building, and they have all kinds of signs that have all of that just printed everywhere.
That's
Come
awesome.
get the finest fudge from Uranus.
That is awesome.
Oh, it's
we're calling
great.
it Uranus now.
Uranus.
I would take a trip just to go there and get a picture of that.
What's
Oh, yeah.
what's the
The
future?
building's
on it?
definitely
Oh, you can't say
built
that.
for
It's
that
called,
for
like,
sure.
Your rectum.
Your
And
rectum.
you just
That's
see
what
it
it's called
right
now.
there from the interstate. It's just big old like a strip mall kind of thing, and it's just their fudge factory.
That is
Go to the
hilarious.
Building ground.
What
Get
do
all
you do
kinds
for a living? I'm a fudge packer from Uranus. That would be the best thing to put on a resume ever. I
See,
swear to
that's what you
God.
need to clip out right there.
Yes.
Oh my God. How do we always end up going sideways whenever I show up? Like, you guys usually have like a topic, you kind of
We
stick
were
to
done.
it,
We were just hanging out.
and then
Yeah,
I
we were
show
doing
up
our
and it's
hangout.
like
We
left
just didn't
turn.
go offline yet. Left turn, literally. Haha.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I saw the coolest thing. We were at Walmart yesterday.
Mhm.
And
So
they
many
have
inappropriate
Walmart
jokes.
exclusive
Nope, so many.
Wolverine statue that I want so bad. So bad.
Yes.
And
Yes,
Jay
at
told me no.
They sell statues at Walmart down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
They got Walmart exclusive like
Hold on,
statues
let me
too.
see.
Like there's a Spider-Man one and a Wolverine ones that are exclusives. And I
Sections they
want
usually
them
have those.
so bad, but Jay was like, they're $50. Let's wait. And I'm like, I want them.
I can at least show them this.
It's
and
rude.
this right here.
Yeah. This was one of the statues we got at Walmart. It was an All Might.
Do you just find those in like the electronics, buy all the
Yeah.
pops and all that stuff? Okay.
Yep. And every once in a while we'll find them on the clearance.
Oh, that's also where my Deadpool comes from.
Yeah, hold on here. this giant Deadpool over here is also comes from Walmart.
Who
Wow.
was that first statue?
That was All Might from My Hero Academia.
Oh,
Wow. Yeah, and that's a nice statue too.
Right? And they're like between $50 and $75, depending on how big they are.
Okay, so
And
about the
depending on the
same
brand.
price is what you would find at a comic book store.
can I
Mhm.
ask one last question? How do
Maybe.
either or both of you know that it's Lefty?
Well, I know because of the stories of the other bikers.
See how quickly it came up in our conversation?
Well, there you go.
How
And
did
so-
the bikers know?
That is a secret that they all took to their graves. Here's another one that we got.
Smart
Well,
choice.
Dustin.
Dusty, but I just need a Daredevil now so I can have Team Red.
Yeah.
Is that,
Those are from Walmart?
Yeah.
that's what I was saying. Like, those
Dude,
are big
we have-
quality
we have
statues.
resin busts, they're just still packed away.
Yeah, our resin bust we also get from Walmart. Oh, the Captain America shield. That came from Walmart too. Can you grab that one for me? Please and thank you. A lot of our Q figs as
sophisticated
well, like
Walmart
this
down
one.
south.
This came from Walmart.
What is that?
It's a Q fig Spider-Man, black and white.
Oh, it's black and white. I can't tell what it is.
But they have it in color, but it's a Q fig.
I
here we
ain't
go.
never
So
seen
these
nothing like
also-
that at the Walmarts up here.
So they had
Yeah.
this at Walmart. It's part of a whole line. I want the rest of them. And then
I thought this was a loot crate.
was it? I can't remember. I think
I
this
almost
one is a loot crate, but the brand has the other shields and stuff at Walmart. So, and Jay's
You know,
wants to
that
show you one more thing.
that you just held in your hand is proof that he's really Captain Puerto Rico.
And this, oh, this one we got at Walmart too.
They're not even paying
I
attention.
see what you did there, Captain. Yeah, Cuba,
Cuba.
Puerto Rico. Thank you.
Cuba.
Sorry, I'm more excited. This is one of my favorite Q figs that I got from Walmart. Deadpool riding a unicorn. That's a Deadpoolicorn.
I have a
My Deadpool costume, I have a little stuffed unicorn that I hang on my hip.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, what were you saying, Jared?
That horn looked like it
the
bent to the
resin
left.
statues. I had a Deadpool one.
Yeah.
With a
It's
Deadpool
like-
bust holding two guns, but it
You know,
fell off.
he's the only guy in the world when somebody asks, "Are you an effing lefty?" He goes, "Well, yeah, actually, I am."
You guys are, I should, poor Lefty. Not really, because the man's got game, even in his 70s. Here, dear.
He's 70.
Yeah, Lefty, he may almost be in his 80s now, actually.
Is that really how he got that nickname?
That's the stories I was told as a kid.
That's insane.
Oh, I remember one of the stories now. I remember Playmate came out, and she was like, yeah, me and Lefty, we were out camping. The whole group of them went out
God.
for a camp out at Glen Rose at Dinosaur Park, and she
And this
got
girl's
out
named Playmate.
for a different reason, you dirty old kooks, you.
It's the exact same thing that I had to cover my face. No, it was the exact same thing.
She actually gave me away at my wedding, thank you. Okay, so
Did they come to your wedding?
they did, all of them did, yes. Shut up, you dirty old man. Let me finish. She said she walked out
This
of her
motorcycle
tent to go to the
club's gonna
bathroom
find
and
us.
Lefty was sleepwalking.
think?
They found out Lefty was Lefty because he was sleepwalking while they were all camping. I remember the story now.
Been there.
Yeah, let's remember that story. Yeah.
Well, it was weird for me because, like, as a kid, like, I go camping with all these old, amazing, like, older, like, bikers from back in the day, and they would always tell me, never, ever, ever leave your tent till one of us comes and gets you. And I never understood why, and so that's how that story came about. Oh, Ed, you might like this because they've also got Aragon and Legolas and Gimli. This was at Walmart.
Cool.
But yeah, they've got a whole crew.
My mind is still blown. I can't focus on these action figures.
I'm sorry. The stories I could tell you from my biker days would probably make you guys blush even. I know you.
I don't know
I
if
want
you can
them
make
all.
me blush, but you definitely crack me up and make me say inappropriate comments.
Because I know, because as a teenager, I actually got my TABC license, which means I could sell liquor. So I always worked at the bars of all of these different biker rallies that we went to all over the country.
TABC.
TABC, tobacco, alcohol. Oh, good God. I can't remember what B and C stand for. But it was legal for me to sell tobacco and alcohol. So I was a barback at many different biker rallies all over the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jay, you might want to edit out this last hour because we were a family-friendly comic book day. So
I am very family friendly. Thank you.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all rude. Y'all rude. In fact, I'm still a standing member of Bikers for Bikers of Texas. Thank you. My vest is still hanging up with my ambassador sign.
Rules with some of that stuff.
Jesus, that's what you mean.
I'm not the one that had a kid selling beer.
I legally, I could. Okay? I had a license.
Exactly.
Legal. And the reason I got that license was because I was working at a gas station.
I got a
gas
permit.
station.
We got me a permit.
I got a bill of
And if
sale.
you're nice, I can give you a coupon.
Not a
Ooh,
coupon.
Coupons.
Got me a
Open
coupon.
for a free beer.
Oh, Lord.
How about I just give you the money and you give me the beer?
But I need a coupon.
Y'all want a hot dog? Go see Lefty.
Y'all mean.
You're the one
Y'all
that opened
mean.
that box.
I
dude.
did. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
Yeah, he's over there with his female cousin from Mexico. Her name's
Now hold on.
Consuelo.
Hold on. No.
He's over there
I'm
giving
gonna
directions.
pause and a stop on that because you know what me and Jay found out last night?
No,
It is illegal in all the southern states to get with any of your cousins or siblings or anybody related. But do you know where it is legal? There's 2 states where it's legal.
And it's not Bama.
It's not Alabama. No, it is not. It is California and Hawaii. It is legal to marry your aunt or uncle, cousin, half siblings, and step siblings. In Hawaii, it is legal to marry them. In California, it's mostly legal with some restrictions. Boom.
What do they do with the kids that grow tails?
Send them to Bama.
They send them. That's how the people get to
Send 'em to
Alabama.
Bama.
Okay, from
Forgive me,
Hawaii
Robbie. Happy
and from
birthday.
California. Huh. Whose birthday is it?
He's not here.
For once, it
okay.
wasn't my fault. No, I did not.
Yes, it is.
down the
You
road.
brought it up. You're like, oh.
Oh no, I did not bring this up.
No. Hashtag can't blame Ed for this.
You got that
Hashtag
right.
always blame Ed.
No, blame Sean. He's not here.
Hashtag blame Sean.
She was so
Yeah, there
like
we go.
alerted by the
Blame
word
Sean.
cousin, she didn't even hear my joke.
That's true.
It happens often.
It happens. One little word just kind of triggers it. Oh, it's a puppy.
Ugh.
Who decided to come
Just
say
a little-
hi? Oh, special guest. Hello.
It's
I
my
want
turn.
to pet the puppy.
Is that a black lab?
Yeah, he's a lab German short hair pointer mix.
Is that the worthy one?
No, I mean he grabs a hammer. They carry it at the same time. They play fetch together. She goes and grabs it, and then he meets up with her halfway down the hill and brings it the rest of the way with her.
That's so adorable.
Just like that TV show with the theme song. Let me tell you about my best friend. That's what I hear every day when I'm playing with them.
Oh,
But they're practically twins.
precious.
Same litter, born on the same
Oh.
day.
Here, hold on.
What's happening here?
I don't know.
Jay is doing things and stuff.
Hey, don't say it like that. That's weird.
Oh, you're showing the picture of the other one?
Yeah.
What's
Not that Chad.
bitch? How many chats you got going?
Too many.
Wow.
Too many.
Wow.
Who are you talking to?
I mean, I don't usually care, but that's a lot.
I didn't know you had that many friends.
Oh my god! Oh, she is looking into my soul, and I love her.
Oh, she's adorable.
She's so adorable. Oh my god! Jay's just showing me pictures of your puppers, and I'm in love. Tell them I love them.
Yep, that's the big.
There's something about animals. They're all the best babies. Okay, I'm good. And it kills us every time. So we go to Comic Pools every year, right? And the ASPCA always shows up and they have like dozens of cats and dogs and they're always dressed up. Like last year, there was like 4 dressed up as the turtles. And I was like, because when you get overwhelmed, it's part of the quiet space that they have up there at that con that you can sit with the animals. And 99% of the animals will be adopted by the end of the weekend. But at the same time, you're just like, oh!
And who doesn't go over there with you?
You don't!
Nope, sure.
Because I wanted them so
because you would probably have them all because I couldn't say no.
I like that one too.
Yeah, I can't.
And that one too.
Yes.
And that one too.
Yeah.
Well, there's only
God.
4 of you, so I'll just take the whole lot.
Well, I mean, if I get one, he's going to be
Call me
lonely. I should
Spencer.
get another one. You know what? Now I need a third one in case they get bored of each other. You know what? I need the whole collection.
Well, it's funny that you say that because we actually had 2 older dogs. So probably a year ago we had 4 dogs at the time.
He had
And
the turtle.
last year we lost 2. So
I'm
we
sorry.
lost 2 older ones. And then after the first one, though, is whenever we got these guys, and we only got the girl, but got her home. And then that night, she was trying to mingle with the other dogs, and they were tolerant of her, but we're like, man, these guys aren't really going to want to play with her as they get older. So then we knew that they had more in the litter. So we're like, let's just go back and get another one. So we went back and got
Oh, they were litter mates. Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, I could send videos that would
Yes, please. Oh,
Do you have that picture of him when he was a puppy?
I do.
do what?
I think I actually posted it. Give me a second. Do 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 do. Boom, do 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 do. I gotta scroll back all these years ago.
This could be the most tangents we've taken in a long time.
Yeah, it's funny. She went to bed and she's like, or I said, well, I don't think we'll be going too much longer. She's like, famous last words.
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth?
She
We
knows.
actually got done with the comics like what, an hour ago or so? I know.
Yeah, something
Where
like
is
that.
baby?
Yeah, back when we were G-rated.
Well, it's after dark now. I know, but I was looking for the puppy one.
Puppy ones. Okay. I got distracted. I have 1,000 pictures of
I got
puppies.
some puppy pictures I can show, but we'd get banned.
Yeah, we can't show those puppies.
Not those
Oh.
kind of puppies.
Dirty old
Not
man.
the
Thank
better
you.
kind.
Thank you,
Those
Jerry
are the puppies
Claw.
that I like to collect and bring home, but my wife don't like that.
We can all thank Jerry the King Lawler for
I
that.
got
Oh,
him
they're our
puppies.
I know you
That's
guys
why I
puppy-
get digital comics now.
Close window. I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
It's harder to hide the comic.
Exactly. Where are you going to put a comic? You just
Right.
flip your thumb and get rid of the other one. Just look at the weather.
Sweet baby Jesus. It's in here somewhere.
So it sounds like every time my lady's looking for a picture. I don't remember what album I put that in.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I can remember. I'm not going to say it. I'm already old enough. We used to have like 200 photo albums.
Oh, my
Oh.
mom still does.
Yep.
My mom used to have a ton
Oh, I got it.
of way more.
Send it to me, and I'm gonna pop it on
Now
screen.
they're,
Let everybody
you know,
see the baby.
Digital.
All right, give me a sec.
If this is a picture of Lefty, I'm out.
Oh my god. I've also got videos of him playing.
You got videos of Lefty playing with what?
No, the puppy. Oh my god. That one?
I don't care. Just send one of them because they're all that one
Oh,
right there.
that one right
That's
there.
it.
I love Jenna.
Oh, my baby boy.
He's that precious. Bye. Oh, that's a newborn hand puppo. I'm about to send you so many pictures.
I'm just showing the one, but send them to me anyway.
Yes. I'm sending all these pictures. You ready? It's only like 4.
Okay, well, I'm only popping.
It's only 4,
I'm
guys.
only popping one on screen.
Are you gonna send them the baby one or the cutest one? Is that cute?
They're all too cute.
I know.
I want this one.
Okay. But the other one's when he's even smaller.
But this, I know. It's weird. I don't care. I love my dog. Okay, folks. I'm going to take chat off for a second so everybody can appreciate.
Oh, the
Look at
baby.
him.
Look at my baby boy. That's before he
Not
got hit
real.
on the head and became cross-eyed.
That's a stuffed animal.
No,
Yes.
this is a ham puppo.
He is a stuffed animal. Oh, you're so freaking cute. You're still
What
cute.
what
He's
freaking
so
kind of
cute.
dog is that? That looks like a toy.
He's an Australian
idea.
cattle dog.
An Australian ghetto bomb?
Cattle dog.
It's a
Interesting.
Mad Max dog, Eddie.
That's adorable.
There you go.
It looks
He's
like
a
a flippin' toy.
baby.
That's, yeah. Oh, okay.
Show him the first picture.
Oh, my God.
One more picture.
Okay.
One more picture. Did you
My-
download it yet?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Which
okay.
one?
Next one.
This
Itty
one?
bitty baby.
Holy crap. That doesn't even look like the same dog.
It is though.
After our show, here's puppies.
That's newborn
what?
hand puppo.
All of those kind.
Newborn hand puppo. Look at him. Look at him.
Both kinds I'd have to fight my wife to pet. Anyway.
Wow. Just wow.
Oh Lord. You need Jesus.
Did you say lower?
Oh
I sent you a
Lord.
triple J.
Oh,
Who, me or him?
I think I sent it to mine and Eddie's chat with
you
them.
say, are you friends with them?
Independently, yes.
Well,
You should try us.
Except for your phone is bloody well dead.
Wow, I'm going to hell. Going
Oh
straight
my
to hell.
god! Oh, the babies! I want to squish them and hold them and love them.
no.
Yes, they're so cute.
Oh, my God. Oh, well,
Need a
that's-
puppy play date.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Like dags?
Oh my god.
I love dags.
Yes. So cute. My soul hurts.
Oh,
Are you two okay over there?
No, I get drunk off puppy pictures and videos. Okay.
So do I. What? That was an innocent comment.
No.
It's not my fault if you guys are horrible.
I am not.
I'm not sure if a lot of people know this. Some of you might. You know where that term came from?
What? What term?
Okay.
What term?
What
Long-
term?
Puppies.
Puppies? Puppers?
Are you talking about for my meaning of puppies?
Yes.
Wrestling?
Yes. See,
Yeah.
Ed knows, but a lot of people
Of
don't.
course.
Road Dog
Absolutely.
had a challenge to someone.
Okay.
It said, if I win, we want to see her puppies.
Ah!
And Jerry the King Lawler, every time after that, would scream puppies all the time. And that just made it into the vernacular, the
Good.
lexicon of the world.
Yeah, because we say that at biker rallies too.
Mhm.
Yeah, now they're sweater puppies.
Yes.
Not on this channel, we're not. I wish I'd had more pictures of Bella. My dog, when I first met when I first met Jay, I had a toy poodle. When I first got her, she fit in my hand. She fit in my hand. This tiny little baby dog did. And she grew up there, out there in the ranch with us. And she was a herding dog. She went out there with all of our like actual herding dogs, like the shepherds and stuff, and would herd the cows and the horses with us. And it's just tiny little white poof ball. She was like this big, just with all the other ones just herding. She was a really good chicken herder as well. She killed a coyote one time, and so I loved that. She was my favorite dog I've ever had.
Hold on, because I'm not going to say this on air, but you can laugh about it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, that's not rude at all. Hide secrets and laughing like that. What the hell? She's about to lay an egg over there.
Oh my god!
Can we just
Oh my
imagine?
But yeah, she killed a coyote, and she only barked like twice in the entire time me and Jay were like dating. And he thought I had brought a big dog over. He was like, "Oh my god, like what? Where's the dog?" And I'm like, "Oh, it was Bella. She barked at. There was a squirrel on the porch." He was like, "Are you sure there's not another dog around here?" I was like, "Nope." She was a like Great Dane stuck in a toy poodle's body. She's so tiny. And she oh god, she had an attitude on her that made everybody else like back down. And then there was one time, the first time she ever came over, Sean had like we were in an apartment and Sean was in his room. I was like, "Bella," she's sniffing around the whole apartment. I was like, "Bella, you can go in there." And she looked at me and she's like, "I'm not going in there." And I like pushed her with my foot, and she gets in there and she was like, "Excuse me then." And she sniffed the room and then walked out. And I was like, and she like kicked her leg out. She's like, "I'm done with this room." She's like, walked out. I was like, "All right." Tiny little white poodle got attitude and can chase cows and horses and shut up, Jay. Shut up, Jay. But yeah. Because I'm not usually a small dog type person. I usually like big dogs. Shut up.
No, I was going to say, look, bookmarks.
Oh, bookmarks. What are we doing with bookmarks?
Oh Lord, there goes
This one's metal.
Ooh.
Look at this, metal and shiny.
Star Wars on
Spider squirrel and trash panda.
That's awesome.
This one is good. It's shiny. It's metal.
Hmm.
This one's less shiny. But it says "Be the Hero," and it's got heroesinitiative.org on the back. And then this one is a ticket rather than a.
Still could be a bookmark.
Yeah, still could be a bookmark. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles tour. It's a ticket. I've also got the shirt and the other stuff to it. What is that?
Man.
I think Jay's just show telling at this point.
What, my Leonardo guitar pick? I have the rest
Yeah.
of them somewhere.
Yeah, because they came with the box set with that. Well, I guess I will leave y'all alone.
Oh,
Bunch of weirdos.
Yeah, getting close to ending it because
It's past midnight.
It's after midnight, so.
And it's Mother's Day, so happy Mother's Day to all the mothers.
Shit. I got my phone call today.
Yeah, I hope your mind watching. It's Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I mean, happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Dog moms,
Well,
moms,
thank you. I appreciate it.
grandmothers. I send you hearts and love. Mwah. Bye. And call your mother.
I will.
Did you have the hard drive hooked up so you could watch your Legally Blonde too?
Just give her a mirror.
Okay. Okay. Love you too.
Oh, isn't it?
So anyway, 2 hours after the initial thing that happened,
Yeah. Did she just get home from work?
Nah, she was in the room watching movies.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how we can even follow up on the last couple topics. So at this point, I got nothing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an early 4 hours, an early show. I will ask you this: did any of you happen to watch the Peacemaker season 2 trailer?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Actually, didn't know that it was out even.
I've never even watched Peacemaker, so I don't. No, I haven't.
The very beginning of it shows you how connected this new universe is going to be. I'll put it to you that way. Have y'all ever heard of Old Guard?
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay, it's a comic series about these immortals. They can die, but they come back, so they're not like impervious to pain or anything. They did a movie on Netflix that was Charlize Theron and a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
You get a chance to watch it. It's actually pretty good. And they have a trailer for the second one coming out. So that one, just trying to think of any news stuff I forgot about. But yeah,
Charlize Theron is in Peacemaker.
no.
Old
It's called
Guard.
Old Guard.
Old Guard.
Yeah,
Never heard of that one either.
yeah. I think Sean bought the first volume of it. We bought the volume after watching the movie. It is pretty good. Like I said, that trailer dropped. Apparently, the new Conjuring trailer dropped. I hadn't watched that yet.
I am so over The Conjuring. They have played that card way too many times.
What number are they on now?
27? I don't know.
I don't know. It's
Like 4 maybe?
I thought it was more than that.
Oh, is it?
No, there's
Yeah.
way more than that because there's
Okay.
Annabelle and then there's the nun and then there's that's all part of that same storyline.
Gotcha.
It's.
Notice I didn't say the U word. I said
I was
storyline.
about to say, you mean the Conjuring universe?
I know you were.
Smirsh.
Smirsh, smirsh, smirsh. You do know that. I'll tell you when we're done.
Okay.
You are telling us what made her laugh. There is no way that's happening. You're not telling us what happened.
I totally am.
Thank you.
I totally am. But yeah,
Because that's the hardest I've seen her laugh in a long time.
yeah, I was supposed to do a reaction video for the season 2 trailer for Peacemaker, but I didn't get to it because Friday I got so busy with work and stuff. I didn't finish my unboxing video, the rest of the editing. So I finished that today when I got up before I started reading, so I could put that up. So I might have that out Monday. But hey, what's up, Scott? We were getting close to ending, but we talked about you, boss. Talked about
I want your Krampus book.
Periwinkle.
Yeah, Frost was great.
Yes. And no spoilers for folks that are still, because we still have people watching. Crazy.
Well, I can't imagine why not. We've only been laughing our butts off for the last hour and a half. They're probably taking screenshots of us, and
Look at these morons.
yeah, we're going to be on TikTok.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
I don't either.
Click me out. And Ed hasn't read any of it yet, but we were talking it up. Man, I read Frost today, and dude, I'm already excited for what you got coming next, man. Like, this whole saga has been all. Oh no, dude, it's all good.
We're still here. You haven't missed us. We're still here. They sold
But-
me big time on your Krampus book, though. That sounds amazing.
But as soon as I said Krampus and Belschnickel, he's like, "What, Krampus?" Yeah, it's sexy. Oh, see, there you go, Ed.
Oh, awesome. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
I told him sexy Krampus. Oh, we got what you meant, man. Got what you meant. But we're hoping to get you on the show sometime, man. I know Sean also talked to you about doing something, but it's open invite, man. Whenever you want to pop on, that link I gave you is the same link every time. So. Oh, dude, it's definitely not a knock on your other stuff because Dead and Moon is really good, and I haven't got to read Undercity Tales, so I can't comment on that one. But
If
dude,
you guys want to talk, spoilers don't bother me.
nah,
Okay, I'm just
No.
telling you.
nah, we're not.
You don't
we're
got to
not-
be cryptic. It don't bother me to have spoilers because I'll forget what you said in 2 days anyway.
That's true, unless I message you about them. Yep,
That's true.
Dude, I will tell you this, and I told Ed this already, Scott. I have never seen ice used so awesomely to kill people.
A
Like,
sentence no one else has ever spoken in the history of mankind.
I know that, dude. The way you use Jack's Frost ice powers in this is so awesome, so awesome. And Arturo did the art, right? I don't have the book. Well, I don't have the book anyway. It's the digital. Hold on, I think Arturo did the book. Let me pop this up real fast. Yes. Okay. Yeah, the art. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to have any of y'all on. Like I said, bring you on, have some of the guys here talk to you, ask you questions.
Yeah,
Dude,
Serial Killers was great too.
Yeah. So dude,
They're
give him my
okay.
give him my kudos on that, man. That the art in that and the kills in that, awesome. Let's see, Serial Killer. I think it's on issue 2. Going to issue 2. Maybe already done issue 2. I can't remember now.
Serial Killers.
Yeah.
The Kickstarter was for number 2, I
Okay.
think in November.
I got to figure out a way to not miss Kickstarters. Although,
I can do
nope,
notifications.
you're my go-to now. Nope.
Yeah, you should, Scott, because dude, that whole team you got working with you, man. Like, and then I know Dave does everything, but man, just the whole team you have on these books, they're magic, dude. You got a good team. So you don't have to answer, you don't have to spoil it. It has 2, 3. Issue 3 is done. Just waiting on Kit's. Is Kit doing the art in that book?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
So
It's
is
been a while
Scott the
since
author?
Yeah, Scott's the writer.
Yeah, because I
It's been a
know
while since
Kit,
the first one.
I want to say Kit did all the covers except for maybe 2 of them, or it could have been all of them. But I thought the Fruit Loops one, I thought that was a different artist. But that one was for number 2.
Scott, is there a plan when you get done doing the Periwinkle saga? Kit does Serial Killer. Okay. Is there a plan when you get done with the saga to get it in one collected edition?
That'd be cool.
Because I'm telling you right now, I'd buy it straight away.
For sure.
Like, if there's ever going to be that option,
Or even like with the soft covers, to where you had them each in their own soft cover, but you had that nice hard, not hard cover, but the hard case that they slip into.
yeah, the slipcase.
Yes,
Oh, that'd be good
that
too.
would be the slipcase. Because then you could have them separate.
Nope, that's a damn good idea, man.
Because they wouldn't necessarily have to do anything special except for the box that they all
Yep.
slipped in.
That's
Ding.
a great idea. Yeah, dude, that's freaking genius. Oh, let me
Nope,
see.
gets the gold star.
Sure does. See, I think I have. Let me see. Just in
Yeah, 'cause
case
I think-
anybody out there wants to check
Yeah,
out.
the Hellboy and Swamp Thing set like that.
Ooh.
Cool.
After we're here, gonna do an omnibus because after that, character's gonna start crossing over more. That's I can't wait, dude. The way that you've woven this story so far with just the three,
It's building
was-
up.
ooh, goodness me. Here we go. Bad Bug site right there. Yes, we're getting to the slow down part, but it's what I actually said earlier when we were done with all the free comic book days. I said Scott probably got busy or whatever, and it's fine, dude. Don't even worry about it. But I was like, I'd still want to talk about Frost because I read it today, and Sean had read it first and was like, dude, I already cast the whole thing. He goes, I love this. This is my favorite one. And I won't say it's my favorite because it's hard to choose. But man, it is so good. Like I can't give it enough praise, man. I can't push it to enough people, but I'm gonna try. Oh, dude, 100%, Scott. Like you and all the folks at Bad Bug, man. Y'all write some great stuff. And again, everything that I've read from y'all, I know Mike kind of hates hearing that because he wants the criticism. Everything I've read from y'all has been great. So you want me to criticize you, write a bad book. That's all I can tell you. Write something bad.
That's always good advice. Write something bad. Write it so bad that it sucks.
Yeah. That's the only way that's going to happen. That's the only way I'm going to be like, because so far everything that I've read, I've loved and was like, man, this is again like your slogan, comics you didn't know you wanted. Oh, dude, you're good. Yeah, if you can make it, cool. You don't have to be sorry, man. This is just a hangout, drop in, drop out. No pressure to ever show. I just get lucky. These guys want to be on most of the time.
In the last few months, I think I've only missed when I was sick.
Yep.
I think I've pretty much been here every other time.
That's why I don't call y'all guests anymore. Y'all are just here.
We're just here.
You're just here.
Dug in like ticks.
Yeah.
Nothing like head lice. Yeah.
Goodness. Well, outside of praising Scott, I've run out of stuff.
Hey, you can talk about Krampus and Belschnickel all you want.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, man.
You had me hooked at Krampus, and then when you threw Belschnickel in there, I'm like, say what?
Scott, if you can remember to, again, no pressure, man. If you can send that to Ed, I want Ed to read this so bad. Just even if it's just Periwinkle, that book is so freaking awesome. I loved it. Like I showed off my cover, my hardcover earlier. I love that book. And then Cupid, man. Again, I told you, Boogeyman. I love, and Tooth Fairy. I want spinoffs of all those characters, man. Like that whole galaxy of people you have. I almost said it. I stopped myself.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You're excited. Free speech.
That
Story arc.
Group of people.
Yeah, there you go. The story arc.
Yes, thank you.
Of the
Perfect.
universe.
Beautiful. He'll never say it again, but thank you.
Yeah, that's true. Well, at least I didn't say episodes.
True.
Dude, I can tell you this, man. Dan got me so hooked on saying that, where I was calling issues episodes and episodes issues.
That's probably where I got it from too. I get those mixed up all the time now. Never used to.
Okay. For those that don't want to be spoiled, close your ears. Since I know Ed will probably forget, and he even said he'll probably forget. Here's the thing. Belsnickel and Krampus get together with some of the elves and kill Santa. Now, if you had the for it. Otherwise, I'll have Jay send me your email and I'll link you. Kill Santa Claus. So Santa was actually like the head of all these, mythical folks, like the Snow Witch and Old Man Winter and whoever the people in Cupid were, because it's been a while since I read Cupid. So it's basically them jockeying for power. And Periwinkle was an elf that lived on the outside of like the North Pole and was like living in the wild when Santa found him. So Periwinkle was fiercely loyal to Santa. So when this happens, Periwinkle makes a list on this gigantic board, and the very opening part of this book is him killing off the first elf. And he uses that axe I was telling you about earlier. So it's just his bloody revenge. He's making his way down the list, and Belsnickel and Krampus are the last two on the list. But it throws off the entire mythical world that Scott's building, because, like I said, Santa was like the head of the table of this thing. So, just the kills in these are just awesome. Like, there's death in every single one of these. These are not kiddie books, okay? These are not for kids. So
it sounds dementedly delicious.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
You're gonna love it.
I already love it. I haven't read it.
Like I said, for me, it's the main thing I try to do when I find a book on Kickstarter that I like is usually sometimes they do the thing where it's Kickstarter created by, and it'll be either the name of the publisher or the person will put their name in there. And most of the time you can follow the person. So whenever they launch something, you should get an email notification. Like, that's how I usually find Kickstarters. Sometimes I need a reminder. Sometimes I just jump on Kickstarter and look.
Yeah, and the cool thing
I
about
didn't even think about that. I have a separate email that I use explicitly for Kickstarter, and I don't check it when I don't have anything going. And I bet you if I check that more often, I'd be aware of more books.
Yeah, and sometimes your email will kick it into the promotions folder to where it won't actually show up in your email. It'll show up in where your ads and spam. Because I've actually gotten a couple that were like launching soon. Like, there's another one coming up called Junk World.
Yeah.
And that one looks pretty cool. But that's part of the Midnight series.
Yeah. That's the more, because they had a Bad Bug Mature. Do they still have that, and then they have the Midnight, or did they change it to where instead of Bad Bug Mature, it's Bad Bug Midnight?
I think that's right. The latter.
Okay.
Yeah, that one looks cool. Where it's like a post-apocalyptic world, and she cruises around. She's a scavenger, and she's got her little sidekick's a little PO'd, pissed off, angry robot, grumpy old robot.
Yes. And then Mike's also got a book called His Name is Wrath. That's like a mech suit one that's really good.
I think I got a bunch of digitals on order for one of them. It might be Monster Girl Beach Party. Might be a bunch of digitals attached to that invoice, but I just haven't gotten them yet. So patiently waiting.
Okay, Junk World is midnight, but it's pretty mild. Try to keep mine on the mild side. Now, is that mild in terms of nudity or mild in terms of violence?
Well, I mean, I don't think the violence is so much the thing that kicks it in the midnight side, because obviously Periwinkle Frost and Cupid, they're all pretty graphically violent. So
yeah,
I think it's just something to do with the nudity. Not safe for work.
Which I just like to point out, and Scott will probably know what I'm talking about. I find nothing wrong with that.
It's tasteful, at least. You know, it's not just there just to be there.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that either.
Well, apparently there's some folks out there, and I'm not going to call them out or anything.
There's a stigma.
There's some folks out there like, oh, they're just booby books and no substance. I'm like, these books are good. It's not just, there's some graphic nudity in some of these books, but you know what? The stories are great too. So they look at the covers and they're like, oh, that's all that is. Like, well, have you read the books? Or are you just being judgy?
Just being judgy.
Yeah, exactly. So if nude covers and stuff like that are your thing, go for it. If it's not, it's not. Fine, whatever. But don't yuck anyone's yum. Okay. Some people like collecting racy covers.
And some of the covers aren't necessarily for me, you know, but I do like the stories inside of them, and inside the cover, the nudity is tasteful.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. I just there's people out there that are like, your books only sell because of this. Like, have you read the book? Well, no. Well, how are you going to judge the book if you haven't even read it yet? You're judging it because there's some nudity in it or nudity on the cover. Like, get over it.
You're tapping into a very popular cliche. Don't judge a book by the cover.
Exactly. Exactly.
By the way, Scott, I hope you don't mind, but with them bragging up your books and everything, I sent you a friend request on Facebook. You don't have to accept it, but it sounds like you're my kind of guy.
Oh, like I said, Scott and them are all just, I love all the dudes over there, man. They're all great. I've gotten to talk to most of them, and they're definitely kind of guys you can sit around just like us, sit around and BS for 3 hours.
And it don't seem like 3 hours.
It really doesn't. No. Like that interview that I had with them for the experience, I was like, oh man, I gotta start wrapping it up, and I didn't want to, but I had to. It was a pre-recorded thing, so I got to talk to him for a little bit after we were done, but it is just like that. Like next thing you know, it's like, oh crap, we've been on here now for 4.5 hours, almost 4.5 hours. I didn't think just talking about free comic book day books it would go that long. I honestly thought it was like, oh, it's going to be a short show tonight.
Well, that's because that's not all we talk about. It never works out that way.
That's true because it's a hangout. Awesome,
man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, like I said, all the folks over there, Mike, even though I called her by the wrong name once, Alice, called her Allison once by accident. You know, Alan, just everybody over there has always been like, these folks don't owe me anything, man. I always want to say this, and I say this about most indie creators. These folks don't owe me anything. I know I'm getting their books. I get that, but they don't owe me conversations. They don't owe me their time. You know, they make books. I buy their books. That could be the end of it if they felt like it. But almost any time I have a question, if they're not busy, I can reach out to them and say something. Might not be right away. I'm not expecting people to drop everything they're doing, you know, but they're usually good about getting back to me and answering me, you know. So I guess that's why I'm kind of, I don't want to say an indie snob, but I kind of like indie stuff more just because there's more of a connection between creator and fan.
The only
So-
thing I've bought in the last 5 years is indie. I haven't bought anything from the big two in a long time, unless it's a Black Cat cover. And that's just because I love Black Cat. But you ask Henry, I bug him all the time for indie.
Yeah.
He even called me the indie maniac when I was first on his show, buying from him. And the number of short boxes that man mailed me, he was right about the maniac part.
Dude, I freaking I love Henri, dude. I really do.
How can you not?
It's so hard. Like,
If you don't love Henry, you don't know Henry.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's, you know, that's why there's folks on the network. I love working with everybody on the network, but there's shows they don't need. I don't feel like they need the push. And there's some shows I'm like, this show should have more people. Like I said, like the Geek Chat. I enjoy them myself. Like, I don't get to watch every single show all the time because I can't spend my entire life on the computer, you know, watching stuff. But when I can watch the shows, I do, and I enjoy them all. I really do. But there's just some I'm like, man, why is it the same thing with Dan? Dan really started growing, but unfortunately, then he got sick, and then we just never could get it back. But hoping to eventually we get to a part where all the shows have people, maybe not the same people because we don't want people going broke, obviously. But it's good to see people from that used to be on certain shows cross over to other shows. Like, it's good to feel like I hang out with y'all almost all week, except for Thursday when I'm not working.
Great.
I guarantee that I talk to you and Note more than any family member. We are yipping, if you count all the texting and crap, easy.
Yeah, right.
That one night that you left early at 3:00, we stayed on with Sean for like another hour and a half. It was like 5:00 in the morning. It's like, whoa. And you know what figures? When you said we were going to finish early, I was thinking in my head, the one weekend where I have Monday off, we're going to be done at 1:00. Every other year, it's like, Sunday I'm dead. Monday I don't want to work. Got Monday off, so we're going to leave early. And then Jenna appeared.
Yeah, I guess I tell her too. I was like, hey, anytime you want to hop on, just hop on. Don't worry about it.
Yes. She's hilarious. Your old lady kills me, man.
Well, no, I was like, you're part of the channel too. She's a sign
She's a
over
good
there.
sport.
Yeah.
And I love it when she gets into her storytelling. It's pure entertainment.
Yes.
I would always try to get her riled. Well, you know, because you produce the show. I'd try to get her going on those shows all the time, just to get her animated.
Yes.
I think she even threatened to hurt me a few times.
Well, you're not part of the gang until that happens. She's threatened Nope just off camera. Nope, and it's stupid, awesome hair.
Well, that's one thing I don't need to worry about.
No way she wants you to cut it, Jay. It's getting to be longer than hers.
I mean, maybe, but I'm also like, I've just been lazy. So I just haven't cut it. And then I was like, oh man, I'm not going to cut it till a week before Superman. And then I was thinking about it, I was like, dude, we got a con to go to, and I don't want to be walking around in Texas heat with this hair.
I was going to say, with the kind of weather you guys have, I don't know how you could grow hair.
Because I'm usually in here. In the house. Like, go outside, let the dog out, take the trash out, stuff like that. Got to mow the freaking grass again already.
One of these days, I'm going to find some of my old pictures when I had hair that was like 4 foot long. And I'll tell you what, when I cut it, it felt so good. I kept going, and I've been shaving my head, like I said, for almost 30 years now.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah. I couldn't shave.
One day you might not have the choice.
Maybe not.
Well,
please don't be one of those guys that just keeps hair here and then flops it over. Just buzz the thing.
Well, little do you know, actually.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. One big comb over.
Right.
That'd be like the world record of comb over. This is actually on my back. I just flip it up and over like a hoodie.
Right.
God, I haven't had hair this long since I was young. When I was young, my hair was like blonder, and it was always like down to my shoulders. When I was real young. Well,
how in the world did you go from blonde to dark brown?
Don't know.
That's interesting.
I've
never heard of that happening. You didn't dye it or anything?
Nope.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah, it was definitely lighter than this.
Usually the opposite happens.
Right.
And then it turns white.
Well, that's like the first time when I let it get kind of this long, a couple of years ago, we went to get a haircut, and I usually get like a fade and leave some on top because I don't like feeling bristly up here.
The same way I get cut.
The lady starts shaving it, and the whole underneath of it's gray, all of it. But then it grows back out, and now there's no gray underneath. Mm-hmm. But there's strands of it in here, and I've had gray and white in my goatee since I started growing one when I was like 18.
I found grays at the corners up here this morning, like a bunch. They're gathering. Might be getting the Dr. Strange stripes soon. Who knows?
Oh. You could be the one from Multiverse of Madness with the pony. The pony.
Yeah, there you
go. I'm lucky. I don't really have much gray in my facial hair. But one time I let Amy talk me into letting my hair grow a little. And it got about an inch long. I'm like, oh, hell no. There was a lot more salt and pepper. You're gone. Nope. Zip, zip, zip. Ain't going to happen. Well, you could dye it. Right. I'm going to die right after I get a perm. Yeah. No, that's not going to happen either.
Well, I've already said if I start going bald, I'm not going to hang on to it. If I start going bald, I'm just going to go. It's like nature wants to take the hair. The rest of it can go. But my grandfather has a full head of hair still at 90. So it's like, if I don't lose it, cool.
Every other male in my family went bald in like their 20s. I hate hair, and I can't make it go bald. If I quit shaving, and like, no, go away. Go away. But no, because I hate it, it comes back.
Yep. I'm like, I'm not going to be the person that has like all this is missing. And it's only this stuff on the side.
Oh, yes. That's just, I don't understand that.
Skull it.
Yeah, just take it. Or they're bald.
Did you just say skull it?
Uh-huh.
That's awesome. I've never heard that term.
With that little tuft of hair in the front, but everything else is bald.
Yep.
Nah, just take it. That looks ridiculous. Just take it.
I had a professor when I was doing my undergrad who taught, of all things, logic. And it was so illogical what he did. He had a short hair here, but the hair here was like down to his waist or whatever. And he would fling it over because he was bald as a bugle. And you could tell, it's kind of like people tease Trump about whether or not it's real. You could tell what he was doing. And one time I caught him outside because you have to walk from building to building, and he didn't have his derby, and the wind blew, and it looked like somebody blew a party popper, and it was like flapping over here and I died. I could not look at him anymore. I started laughing, and he's like grabbing it and trying to run, and it's like, dude, just face the facts.
It would have been cooler just to leave it like it was.
Right.
Just that's got a punk rock being like that.
Except the top, he had nothing, so it was like short and flipped and bald.
See, I would have just braided this part. Just bald on top, just have a bunch of braids hanging off the side.
You got to remember, we're talking about a long time ago.
Ponytails? I don't know. Maybe just one big braid.
Anything was better than what he was doing, because a 2-foot comb over in a wind, it looked like somebody was blowing a party popper off the side of his head. It was hilarious.
Coming out of his ear, streamer.
It was great. He's just lucky there were no such thing as a smartphone in the mid-90s, because oh my god, I would have been recording it. Oh, if I would not be here.
Yeah.
I don't know how people grow up with those things now.
Oh.
You can't do anything without somebody recording you anymore.
Mm-mm.
All right. Now that we're on the topic of hair and everything now.
Tangent 27.
Yeah. I am going to go ahead and call it. We will hopefully see everybody next week. Let me go ahead and drop you guys out so I can do my little ending stuff. And I'll see you all in the back.
See everybody.
All right. Tangents. That's what this show is all about. We did have a topic to start. So if you're just now catching the very end, start from the beginning. The beginning. Ooh, starting to slow my words too. It's almost bedtime. Don't forget to like, share, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Join me at my job on The Experience. Starting Monday at 5 Eastern, 4 Central, we're going to have a talking shop with Miss Jen. She's going to be talking to the folks from Recca about their really awesome, like, cybersecurity kind of like comic that has games and stuff and leaderboards, all kinds of cool crap. So be sure to check that out. And then there's going to be comic collectibles with Rex, John, Rocket Robbie, Bills from Pop Culture Philosophers on that show. You'll see Nope and Ed in the chats over there. And then not sure if there's going to be a show, a second shift lunch with Kyle and myself, where Kyle sells books and I stay up in the corner like I'm Waldorf or Statler. But at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, there's Best Coast Comics with Bronze Age Nerd and Big McFly the Comic Guy. So be sure to check that out and all the awesome shows on The Experience. Don't forget to sub here if you haven't yet. I know I already said like, share, comment, subscribe, all this fun stuff. Should have some more stuff coming out next week. Maybe that trailer reaction I was talking about earlier. Maybe all the trailer reactions. Who knows? Might have some more unboxings, but we will be here again. Not sure what we're going to talk about next Saturday, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, for another edition of. Let me get this thing ready. There we go. For another Hydra Hangout. Again, thank you all for being here. I see there's still 5 people in the chat. I appreciate it. Scott, thanks for popping in the last minute, man. That's so awesome. Hopefully we can get something together maybe next Saturday. Maybe that's what we'll talk about. We'll talk about your stuff, what you got going on. But until then, folks, hope you all have an awesome rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next time. Later.